Group sound check 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Okay, sure.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to give 2 minutes for everyone to settle down, and if there's anyone outside that would still like to come in, and then we can commence. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the team from SAPS, Deputy Minister Bushio. Thank you for your attendance. I'm going to kick us off for this morning's very important briefing regarding extortion. And before I begin, I would just like to ask whether I can continue to adopt the agenda as is. Honorable De Klapper, you look very troubled about the agenda today. Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Then in terms of apologies, the apologies that we received this morning is from the Minister of Police that's in Cabinet. It is something that has been also mentioned in Parliament, that we need to try and see what we can do to work around the different schedules to ensure that the ministers are able to attend and that we schedule the committees accordingly. I'm not sure what the feedback is on that yet, but we'll also provide feedback as things go. Then Honorable Mbio, Honorable Klutter, and Honorable Muela are all ill, and we wish them a speedy recovery, and thus their excuse or apologies this morning as well. Do we have quorum to continue, Babalwa? Thank you. Colleagues, before we begin, I'm going to have very short opening remarks. I think we want to engage in discussion regarding the extortion issue. So very briefly, a few notes. I'm not going to do formal opening remarks, but just a few notes regarding today's discussion. I think before we start with extortion specifically, I must raise something that is extremely concerning to me, and it's something that broke in the news this morning, and that is the recent appointment of Major General Patrick Mboto as the Divisional Commissioner of National Priority Offences and Operations. Colleagues, I'm extremely concerned about this because his reputation in the past is tainted not only by misconduct, but serious allegations of criminality. And this is a crucial post and position, and we cannot just continue as though it is normal to make such an appointment. There are serious questions about this. I've been inundated with calls since yesterday, since this started leaking to the media. And this morning, there's an in-depth article I see in Daily Maverick regarding this appointment. Firstly, I would like to say that the reputational challenges that I've already mentioned makes his fitness to hold office in this critical position extremely questionable. We wouldn't have communicated it today, but since it's already public, it's important that the Portfolio Committee comments on this. It's important for the public to also know that we are proactive on these matters. We have already yesterday written to the National Commission as well as the Minister in a positive communication, asking certain questions regarding this appointment. And we've posed several questions regarding the appointment, but also specifically the promotion. It sends an extremely harmful message to serving members of the police that misconduct is rewarded. I mean, colleagues, we've seen people be dismissed from the police because of using the wrong language on social media. But someone with this kind of reputation gets to be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. What indicates that this individual is above reproach? And I must ask this here today because according to me and the committee and what we've seen so far, it is not above reproach. It simply erodes public trust in the police. And the Portfolio Committee today requests that the appointment be reviewed. We also request that an inquiry be launched into his fitness to hold office, not only in the DPCI, but also in the police service. And the committee further requests that the promotion and taking office be held back until the completion of this review. On Friday, the Portfolio Committee will be conducting an oversight visit to the Philippi Training Academy, the South African Police Service Training Academy. Serious allegations of, not only allegations, we know of serious corruption at the college that's been ongoing for several years. And we would like to ask and kindly request that General Labia give us some kind of feedback and a short briefing about General Mboto's appointment and promotion. Colleagues, then back to extortion. Much has been said about extortion and in Parliament over the last few months, and it's pointing at the enormous importance to combat extortion and the significant impact that it has on all sectors of society in South Africa. We have continuously spoken about this in the committee already and have had very positive engagements. Deputy Minister Bushio, you have been very outspoken, especially about combating this. So thank you for your forthrightness with regards to the whole extortion crisis and being so hands-on about it. We've also started with a process, and this is the aim of today, is to tick the first box of really understanding what the plan of action is regarding extortion in the country. And we want to also ensure the safety and the security of citizens, and that they also understand that it falls squarely within the mandate of the Portfolio Committee to then oversee the executive and specifically to oversee the initiatives that are put in place to combat serious crimes, especially something like extortion. And that's precisely the reason for calling today's meeting. The aim is also that we have an opportunity to really interrogate the police's plan to combat extortion and to give credence to our constitutional mandate as an oversight committee. We all have received the briefing, and I'm not going to comment any further. I think we want to get into the thick of it today. So with that, DM, if I can ask you or General Masemola, hello, we haven't greeted yet this morning. If I can hand over to you to do the formalities regarding the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to honorable members. Good morning. I think, yes, you are correct in terms of saying that we are not sleeping in terms of the extortions. They are really terrorizing our people, and it's our mandate also to make sure that people are safe, and that's what we will do every other time. So we are here to account to what we might or what we are doing, but also taking into consideration, Honorable Chair, that in terms of the budget and the personnel and the technology to deal decisively with some of the things, is still a constraint for us. So if there's any way that the committee can be able to assist us in this regard, we'll really appreciate, because we're knocking at door kicking and whatever, but the reality is that SAPS have been underfunded for more than 10 years, which I'm happy that the Minister of Finance have acknowledged. And but to be able to rectify that, I don't know why it's not given the agency and that attention that it needs. That's what I'm saying, or appealing to you as the Honorable Chair, to really assist us to be able to deal with this matter. I'm going to give to the National Com to be able to present the report or delegate somebody with your permission, Chair. Thank you very much. Sorry, Chair, the other thing, we might not want to put everything, you'll not say everything in the presentation, because as you know, this kind of meetings are televised, and we're fighting crime, we're not playing, but also the criminals are a little bit advanced. They know that if they want to get information, they just have to go into this channel and know what we're planning and be able to counter plan. So if we need real details of what we need to do, we are prepared to have a close meeting where we can take the committee on board. It's not like we don't want you to know, but we're dealing with serious criminals that really are hell-bent on making sure that we don't succeed as a country. They plunge us as a country. So please bear with us.
Thank you.
But anytime you want us to go into a closed session, we'll be able to take you through. Thank you very
dear.
much, Honorable Chair.
100%. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members.
Sorry, General. Reverend Meshwe has a question. Sorry, General Masinula.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. As a point of order, I need clarity on the issue you raised about the promotion of an individual who has a cloud hanging over him. I thought you were going to ask for the response or even the opinion of members of this committee, because we cannot understand. I do not understand as an individual how such a thing can happen. So my question to you, sir, is when is that going to be addressed? After the presentation or before the presentation? Because I think it would be best for that to be attended to before.
Thank you, Reverend. No, we are going to discuss it today. I want to make sure that we stay focused on the extortion crisis. We really need to get down to it. We have actually, in my opinion, lost a lot of time regarding the addressing the extortion challenge. So we will discuss it today after the presentation. And on Friday, there will be more than enough time to further engage, but all the members will be able to discuss it today after the presentation. The presentation is not a long presentation. It shouldn't take longer than 30 to 40 minutes. And after that, we've got adequate time to really delve deep into the discussion. In fact, if the honorable members prefer, we can start right after the presentation with the discussion regarding General Mboto's promotion and appointment. We'll come to that. Yes, DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. But as you also said, you have sent a letter to the NETCOM and also to the Minister. I've not seen it myself, but I think we'll be able to bring the report in writing so that we give you the facts and not just try to get around. 100%. And the committee can have written a reply from us, given the letter that you have sent to the Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to further request, General Labia, that we have that discussion on Friday at Philippi. We did give an extended amount of time in the letter, but due to the fact that it's already public, we are now receiving a lot of questions, and this appointment is putting us in a very uncomfortable position regarding this appointment and promotion. And I think it's important that the public get urgent feedback on it. We've had too many questions regarding these kinds of appointments in the South African Police Service, and we can no longer just look on as they happen and not question why it is approved and what the grounds are. And I agree with Honorable Meshwe. I also agree with you, DM, that we would like all the facts on paper. But Honorable Meshwe is 100% correct that I think the committee members need an opportunity to state their opinions. I think it's fair to say that if the police do not want to reply today, we'll give them a fair opportunity to reply then on this coming Friday at the Philippi oversight visit. But it's crucial to me that the committee members, each one that feels that they want to say something about this, should be able to raise their questions. And if there are questions that can't be answered today, then that should be added to the briefing on this coming Friday at Philippi. Okay, Honorable Letlape.
No, thanks, Chair, and good morning to colleagues. I don't think it's right to say if the police feel they don't want to answer. This issue that the Honorable Measure has just raised, it's important because it's now in social media. And if the media was to ask any of the members of the Portfolio Committee about this promotion, would have to answer. And it's only right that the National Commissioner is here. Even though we'll receive a brief report, we can just have a summary report of what happened and why has there been such an appointment of a person who has a clout on himself. I think it's only right that we get that response here now before we get a brief response. We can't turn it back and say, because there's rightful people here to respond to that question. So I think, Chair, please just give them an opportunity to respond to us and give us an idea of why has that promotion happened, and we can get a brief report later on. Thanks.
Fair point, Honorable Letlape. Honorable Adams, you looked like you wanted to say something. Please go for it.
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. Morning, SAPS. I'm covered by my colleague for the most part, but just a point of concern, because when that story hit the media this morning, I was more than concerned, because I've got a list of very, very senior people in SAPS that appear to be implicated in kidnapping, cash in transit heights, drug dealing, and various other things. And my concern right now is that as we sit here, these people know what we're discussing. And the Chair can probably confirm that when you connect the dots of the information that I have, it appears to be very, very credible. So my concern right here, Chair, is that whatever we discuss here will in all probability go to the wrong people by the end of the day. And that is a serious, serious issue, because the credibility of SAPS is at stake here. What's left of the credibility of SAPS. So I'm seriously concerned about that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Colleagues, I would like us to go over to the presentation. We will have more than enough time to discuss. Honorable Letlape, I think the committee agrees with your point, so we will give a chance for reply. The detailed response then on Friday at Philippi, if you're comfortable with that. But let's kick off with extortion and the business of the day, and then we will take the rest of the discussion further. General Masemola, sorry for the interruption. Please feel free to continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, the Deputy Minister and everybody. Thanks. Honorable Chair, we do have a strategy in terms of how we deal with corruption. And we will, of course, as the DM have said, we will present what we have prepared for this committee, but of course, take into account the challenge, Honorable Chair, that what we present here will be presented to everybody, including those that we want. So hence the request of the DM, if it is acceded to in the future, we can be able to say a lot. But for now, Honorable Chair, we will then go through with the presentation. I don't have to go through with the successes because everything is in the presentation. We acknowledge it has become a challenge of late that is within societies in various provinces. And through our intelligence-led operation, we do get to some of these criminals, but however, the challenge of extortion, which greatly affect a lot of people, is that is underreported, and especially in construction, most of the stakeholders, they are aware that they should make provision for 30% local sourcing. But however, that is a problem because there's nobody that really look after or adjudicate as to is a specific contractor that comes into a place, do as the law requires. If your tender is over 30 million, you must apportion 30% for the local, and the interpretation of the legislation in regard to that. So is that on its own is a challenge. And most constructors, they go along, and when the criminals, I would say criminals, start increasing the money, then that's when they make a U-turn and they report, only then they report to the police. And when during investigation, you find that, but looks like you have been paying these people, and that's when they will deny, or they will give you half facts in terms of the statement. So those are some of the challenges that we have. And, but we, in other areas like your small business, like your spaza shop, whatever, we do have some of our operations that are going in there, which I'm sure they'll reap fruits with time without detailing how we are getting into that area. But in general, that is one of the problems. And also the fact that people are required, once the tender is out, that it be gazetted, everybody see that so and so got a tender of so much. That on its own, it makes the specific contractor vulnerable to these people, because they will then come out and say as to how much they're going to get to the specific contractor. But we have seen quite a lot of inroads that we are currently doing in terms of arrests, in terms of infiltration. We have established toll-free lines in 2 provinces. We are in the process of establishing a national toll-free line. The current 2 are quite yielding some results. We do have some results where people reported certain cases which we are dealing with now. But let's get to the presentation. Lieutenant General Sintumule will take us through the presentation. Yeah, just to introduce everybody, Honorable Chair is Lieutenant General Sintumule, Head of Detectives. Next is Lieutenant General Msekidi, the Deputy National Commissioner for Policing or Uniform Policing. Next is Lieutenant General Sibiya, responsible for crime detection. And next is National Head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Dr. Lemia. Next is the Provincial Commissioner of Western Cape, Lieutenant General Pategile. And the Provincial Commissioner of Eastern Cape, Lieutenant General Mene. And behind is our communication head, Major General Mbata, and the support staff. Thank you very much. Lieutenant General Sintumule can proceed.
Thank you very much, General. Greetings to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the honorable members, our Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, our DNCs, the PCs in attendance, and to all the colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will take you through the presentation and it will cover the following. We'll be looking at the background of this particular threat, as well as look at legislative framework that's enabling for us to be able to investigate and charge suspects. And also we will be interrogating typologies, that means in how it manifests and the modus operandi. Also looking at the hotspots within provinces, our operational approach in terms of how do we counter these extortions, and also reflect on significant arrests, notable achievements and current interventions that we have nationally, And also as a team, what our key milestones are for the month of September. We have milestones as a team on a monthly basis, and also covering what the current challenges are that also leads to probably low reporting, as well as the mitigating measures.
Sorry, General, just give a moment. Honorable Measure.
Where's the general to put the mic closer to him, please?
Thank you, Chairperson, and apologies. I'm not sure if that's better. Thank you, Honorable Chair. As stated, the purpose of today is just to give an update to the Portfolio Committee in terms of the status of our strategies, interventions, and plan that we have put in place to curb extortions in the country. In the introduction, I want to reflect that the construction industry in our country, which is a significant driver of economic growth, development, and employment, has seen a rise in criminal elements known as the construction mafia and extortionists. In this, we acknowledge that it's not a new phenomena. However, it is continuously migrating as well as increasing. The construction sites, which range from small businesses to large-scale projects, serve as prime targets for these organized crime syndicates, and their tactics include extortions using violence and intimidation and disruption to advance their objective. Furthermore, South Africa is increasingly experiencing another way of criminality, or new way of criminality, that now still within your extortion, where we see households also being extorted. We see the vulnerable groups being extorted, the taxi industry, as well as your tech shop or your spaza shop owners. In our assessment, we have also seen that these units or these groups have organized themselves into what is now referred to as local business forums, and these have invaded various sector sites across the country, demanding money or a stake in development projects, and also demand protection fees from small businesses, schools, transportation schemes, and other phenomena. This negatively or adversely impacts on the economy and infrastructure development, including your investor confidence, and which is so much required in the country because of our dwindling economy. And these disruptions further undermine service delivery, economic development through delays and threats of violence to projects. And I think underlying the Constitution, it further threatens the livelihood of our society at large. Chairperson, numerous calls have been made to government by business, government meaning through Parliament, through the President, through the ministers and portfolio committees, where business is requesting assistance from government to aggressively address this threat because of the adverse implication or impact on the economy. In his State of the Nation address delivered on 13 February 2020, the State President, His Excellency Mr. C.M. Ramaphosa, announced that he has prioritized government's response to the growing problem of criminal groups that extort money from constructions, businesses, and other businesses. And this has led to the establishment of specialized police teams with which were directed to tackle this threat within police, but also the combating of extortion and violence at economic sites, especially the construction sector, it being now one of the key deliverables within the NDP 2030. In this regard, the JCPS cluster has been tasked as an implementing agency in this regard. Further, Chairperson, in the State of the Nation address of this financial year, the previous financial year in February 2024, the State President reiterated the damage caused by extortion on our economy, and further said that there should be stringent measures that must be put in place by law enforcement to tackle this scourge. To be able to do this successfully, Chairperson, we need enabling legislation. So as we analyze, you would find that it's difficult actually to even formulate charges around the issues of extortions and other issues that are related to extortions. And therefore, the following legislation plays a critical role to assist law enforcement in tackling the sketch. The Constitution, the Criminal Procedure Act, the Criminal Matters Amendment Act, your POCA, your PRECA, your FICA, SAPS Act, and other related legislation. Moving further to analysis of this type of crime that we see in our country. In our analysis, we have it was revealed that extortion manifests in different typologies, and these are seen in the construction sector, in the transport sector, the municipalities, the security sector, the mining sector, sorry, Chair, the business sector, and vulnerable communities. In the construction sector, you will see that the construction mafias disrupt constructions across the country where they present themselves as, sorry, Chair, my eyes are failing me, so I can't see properly. No, I can't see with glasses. Maybe let me rather read. Sorry, Chair, apologies for that.
That's okay, take your time.
Old age shows in numerous signs. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, these construction mafias that disrupt construction sites across the country, they present themselves as emerging business forums, and these groups invade construction sites, they demand money or a stake in development projects. In the mining sector, also, we have seen in mining companies like Anglo-American, your Glencore, your Sibanye, Still Waters, etc. These are targets for groups that are demanding as much as 30% of their lucrative procurement contracts, often with little to offer by way of skills and services. And non-compliance to this particular requirement brings threat to executives and disruptions in mining operations. In the transport sector, a bucket system is applied by chairpersons of associations where people have to pay money into buckets. Failure to do so, then they are either excluded or harmed. Taxi drivers and owners of your scholar transport also are a target where these criminals demand a share per load that they transport on a daily basis. In the security sector, chairperson, the security companies involved in government and private businesses are also targets where these groups, again, they demand 30% or otherwise threats are made to security guards and also those who are managing the business sites. Further, in the business sector, the criminals are demanding protection money from foreign-owned businesses, particularly in the Western Cape. This is where this sketch is prevalent. Your spaza shop, again, it goes to petrol stations we have seen in the Eastern Cape, and even backyard dwellers. Within the municipalities, it has also been recorded where these groupings storms into boardrooms whilst the BEC is sitting for tender meetings, and they demand tenders and also threaten supply chain procurement officers. Vulnerable communities, again, this was seen mostly in the Eastern Cape and also in Limpopo, where blind and disabled people are also extorted. The beneficiaries of the road accident funds and pension payouts are identified, and also as they receive their lump sum payment, they are also extorted a share or a percentage of what they receive. Thank you, Chair. The modus operandi that we have documented, you will see it relates to the invasion of construction sites by heavily armed individuals who threaten companies and also families. And also there is a huge demand for community employment as well as the 30% share, as also Natcom has said earlier. There's also forceful demand for tenders as well as protection fees, intimidation, as well as threatening of contractors to cease their duties at construction sites pending the fulfillment of the criminal's demands. threaten business people to pay funds for security so that their businesses are not disrupted or destroyed. There's also been cases of murder and attempted murder, assault and other related crimes, the barricading of roads, forced shutdowns of construction sites at the behest of criminals until their demands are alluded to. Theft and robbery of equipment, for example, your construction machinery, until again the company yields to the requirements by the syndicates. We also have witnessed destruction of water infrastructure, where people will deliberately make sure that they will go and force municipalities to pay them for fixing those because they need the money for their activities. Thank you, Chair. The next slides reflects on the identified hotspots districts in the country, and these are manifesting in 4 provinces, which is Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. In Gauteng, these are mostly in your Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni districts. In the Western Cape, we have seen these more in the city of Cape Town, Cape Winelands, and Overberg. In Eastern Cape, Buffalo City, OR Tambo, and Nelson Mandela. In KwaZulu-Natal, these are prevalent in eThekwini, Umgungundlovu, and Ugu district. We also have chairperson profiles these business forums as well as the syndicates, but as the DM and the NATCOM said, some of the data is not freely shared in this platform, and therefore it is available should a need arise that it be shared. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have identified 18 business forums. In the Western Cape, we have identified 10 syndicates. In Eastern Cape, we've identified 5 business forums. In Gauteng, there's 3 that includes Boko Haram. In Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest, they have 1 each. Now, coming to our approach in terms of dealing with these phenomena. Our operational philosophy and approach is leaning on the national policing strategy, where we apply 2 focus areas, the geographical approach and the organized crime approach. The geographical approach is what is known as the conventional approach, where we use our proactive competencies that includes intelligence, as well as your combat and visible policing competencies. And should that not neutralize or stabilize the threat, we then go unconventional through your organized crime approach. And this is where the crime intelligence, the detectives, as well as DPCI are working strongly to identify targets and address them through projects. Thank you, Chair. In terms of the governance framework, the NATCOM did refer to this being a country problem, and therefore the JCPS cluster being the implementing agency. In this regard, within the NCCF, we have the priority committee. Within the NAT joints, we've got a priority committee that's focusing on extortions. It's called the NCCG, which is the National Core Command Group on Extortions. And the same structure is rolled out to provinces. It is chaired in provinces by provincial heads, organized crime, and business also participates in this particular structures. These meet on a monthly basis or as per requirement. For example, with the Eastern Cape, where there was now an influx of these business forums and problems. So these meetings take place on a bi-weekly basis with the intent to stabilize and also neutralize the threat in that particular area. Thank you, Chair. The purpose of these committees is to direct collaborative experiences, skills, and resources housed within law enforcement agencies and private sector to ensure collaboration with the entities in the private sector within the context of relevant legislative, policy, strategic, and operational framework applicable to both law enforcement and our stakeholders. And in order to address the growing problem of extortionists, that this group then meet on a monthly basis for us to be able to measure any successes or challenges that are faced by both law enforcement and business at large. In these committees, we have the following stakeholders, both at national as well as in provinces. The SAPS is taking the lead with the following competences: the detectives, visible policing and ORS, crime intelligence and supply chain management, the DPCI, and then we also have the NPA sitting within the committees, and they are the co-chairs of the committees. We also have DPW, we've got the AFU within your NPA, because there is no point in us investigating people without attaching or actually seizing their proceeds of crime. The SIU also is sitting based on any presidential proclamations, then they will also filter into our investigation stream. SARS, the SABRIC, as FIC, SANRAL, the engineer councillors in different formations, Minerals Council, BAXA, your CGC, Consumer Goods Council, etc. And these priority committees have adopted a work streams approach, and the following work streams are at play. We've got information management work stream, case management work stream, we've got training and development work stream, stakeholder engagement and awareness, the POCA work stream, and legislative review. I also must emphasize that the work stream philosophy is leaning towards the 5-pillar approach as exercised by the police. Thank you, Chair. In the next slide, we have the functions of each work stream. Work stream number 1, which is information sharing, their critical deliverables relate to providing crime intelligence and technical support for effective detection of crime, but also to gather, correlate, evaluate, coordinate, and use intelligence in support of detection of crime, as well as coordinating of intelligence. And also we have got our proactive competencies, which is our crime prevention and combat competencies, as we have seen those playing a big role in trying to neutralize the threat in the Eastern Cape. Work stream number 2 on case management. This work stream has a database of all our case management, but also it is instrumental in the successful arrest and prosecution of criminal groupings identified in extortion and other related crimes, but also ensure effective investigation of all extortion crimes, and ensure that the proceeds of crime are forfeited to the state accordingly. Work stream number 3, training and development. As members are investigating on the ground, it has also become evident that there is also skills shortages, particularly on understanding the typology of these crimes around extortion. And therefore, with business, it was agreed that there will be cross-pollination of skills and training, skills transfer, as well as empowerment. Stakeholder engagement and awareness, again, it's about sensitizing our communities about the criminality of extortions, but also mobilizing them as well as pushing advocacy through communication. On the POCA, this is where now we are pushing for POCA prosecutions that will relate to money laundering and racketeering. Our work stream number 6, which is a legislative review. This is a stream that is going to look or interrogate current legislation and identify gaps that render this threat pervasive in South Africa. We also did an analysis of all the cases that we have, and we went back as far as 2019. From 01 April 2019 to March this year, the 31st, we recorded a total of 6,056 extortion cases, and the breakdown of these cases is as follows. For Gauteng, a number 2,284 cases were recorded, where 828 arrests were made with only 45 convictions. I will talk to the rationale behind the low convictions, Chairperson, at a later stage. The Western Cape Province recorded 1476 cases, 683 arrests, as well as 36 convictions. KwaZulu-Natal follows with 816 cases, 237 arrests, and 35 convictions. Eastern Cape is the next big province with 438, 108 arrests, and 13 convictions. Thank you, Chair. I'll move to the next slide. We also thought it proper that we reflect on latest arrests in this particular sketch and convictions. In Northwest, Chairperson, on the 18th of July, in an intelligence-led operation, 2 African males who demanded work as protectors from a company called Liquid Telecoms that was installing fiber on the N12 from Klerksdorp to Wolmaranstad and from Klerksdorp to Potchefstroom, were arrested, and this case is currently in court. On the 9th of July, again in Northwest, a contract manager who was awarded a tender to erect a taxi rank in Joburton was also approached by 6 African males who demanded work from him. And this contractor approached the police, and as a result, 4 males were arrested and 2 vehicles were seized. All 4 males were charged with extortion, disturbance at a construction site, and intimidation, and the case is currently on the court road. And all arrested suspects were remanded in custody. In KwaZulu-Natal, in August, a group of people halted a building of a bridge in Siweni area in Umsunduzi. 5 suspects were arrested, and all accused are currently in custody. And as we speak, the bail hearing is underway at Camperdown Magistrate Court. In KwaZulu-Natal, again, in April this year, 5 suspects were arrested in Durban Central for demanding to be contracted to King's Furniture to deliver furniture to their customers. All of them were arrested through 252 operation, and all of them were denied bail and are in custody. In May, 8 suspects were arrested in Inanda after they stopped the fixing of the community infrastructure in Inanda, Newtown, and they demanded a stake to be given to them in the form of a tender. All suspects were arrested, but they are currently released on bail. In Mpumalanga, we have a group called Kwaka 20, and this group also approached a contractor demanding work. The complainants in the matter were approached, however, they were not willing to open a case because they spoke that they feared for their lives. Through intelligence, we were able to profile these suspects, and as a result, 3 males were arrested. And this happened after there was a shootout with the police where one of the suspects was fatally wounded. During the operation, 2 firearms were seized and 1 vehicle. And last week, Thursday, the case was in court. It was remanded for this Friday, 20 September. In Limpopo, the Jerusalem gang was identified, and they are involved in numerous crimes that include extortion, murder, and other serious and violent crimes. From February to May to date, 8 suspects were arrested for murder and other related crimes, and all of them are still in custody. Their cases were remanded, and they will appear between September and October 2024. In the Eastern Cape, we recorded success of 1 specific case that was recorded in February 2024, where a complainant received a call that one of his truck drivers was pulled over by a taxi operator, where a sum of 10,000 was demanded in order for the vehicle to be released. The suspect was arrested. The case was finalized in court this month on the 11th, where a sentence of 7 years direct imprisonment was sanctioned, and the accused was declared unfit to possess a firearm. Further, in the Eastern Cape, operating from our Operation Selapa, 13 suspects were arrested in 7 extortion cases, and all of those are currently in custody. the operations are ongoing. In Gauteng, based on our intelligence, again, we partially neutralized Boko Haram group, where 3 suspects were arrested in January this year. All the 3 are currently in custody, and their case will appear on the 30th of September. However, the outstanding investigations are continuing on the targets that have been identified. Moving to notable achievements, Chair. The NCCG and the PCCG, which are priority committees on extortions, are fully active, as well as having a full support of the business sector and all other stakeholders. These meetings at national take place at the Baksa head office, and in provinces also it will be either within our provincial offices or the business sector will also opt to host those. We also have a strategy on extortions that the NATCOM spoke about, and also we regulate our operations through approved terms of reference. We also have been able to complete a national database of all construction projects, where we are able to proactively monitor those projects and be able to see if there are any disturbances that might require our reactive approach. Also, Chairperson, we have 2 hotlines that have been established. The first one being the Western Cape that took place last year in September, as well as the Eastern Cape. In terms of the effectiveness of the hotlines, the Eastern Cape has received a total of 1,525 calls, 37 cases were reported, and 11 inquiries have been registered since inception. In the Western Cape, 71 positive calls were received. In the absence of a national extortion hotline, 4 of those belong to other provinces, so the province is now directing all of those to the relevant provinces. However, Chair, also it gives us a priority to say to this House that by this Friday, we will go live with the national hotline. We are working very closely with Vodacom through our TMS division. Thank you, Chair. In terms of neutralizing hotspot areas, we currently have interventions in Eastern Cape under Operation Selapa, where we have deployed a multidisciplinary team based on the 5-pillar approach in both Nelson Mandela and OR Tambo. A total number of 104 members have been deployed, including detectives and crime intelligence. The key objective of the intervention is to stabilize the threats with arrest. And to date, we have a list of successes that includes property seizures as well as arrests. As said earlier, Chairperson, that the NCCG and the PCCG operates on milestones in terms of what is it that we want to see happening for the month in neutralizing extortions. We also have realized that we are basically dealing with your low-level targets, for example, level 1 and level 2. So the intention is now to move higher the pyramid of the organized crime syndicates, your level 3, level 4, level 5, and that's where we are bringing in the DPCI to assist with your methodology. And therefore, for this month, all provinces were tasked to have takedown operations targeting your level 3 to level 5 targets, which are actually your kingpins in the syndicate. And also, crime intelligence is currently conducting an assessment of the nature and extent of the threat. We feel that we need to go to war with what we know, and also to know what is the capacity of what we are facing in terms of our criminals. The issue of protecting whistleblowers came strong as well, where people are not willing to either report cases or even report criminality for fear of their lives and also that affecting their families. The issue of the review of legislation that also needs to be looked at by our workstream number 6. The hotlines should be up and running at national and all provinces. And also we did receive an awareness plan that is including both business and government, and that will be operationalized again from the 20th of September. I did talk about targeting level 3 to level 5 arrests on project investigations. And also there is an intention to establish an extortion joint operational center that will be linked to our NOCC and our provincial operational centers. In terms of challenges, Chairperson, the communities are reporting these cases because of fear of victimization. That is one issue that comes out strong at all times. And these also includes the witness reluctance to provide statements or testify as they fear for their lives. There are also certain key stakeholders who opt not to take part in our teams, and that also adversely affects our operations, because some of them would then go ahead and pay the money, but as they pay more money, then they begin to come forward and report those cases. We have seen in Northwest where witnesses lose interest when the work is finalized. So if, for example, they were given a contract, once that is done, Chairperson, that person no longer wants to cooperate and they feel that they've been paid their money and therefore they want to move on with their lives. And again, there are complainants who feel that it is safer for them to obtain protection orders instead of them opening criminal cases, because then they get approached by the same criminals that they are opening cases against. Foreign nationals, when approached by IOs for information, they refuse to cooperate. And also we have found that there's collusion of people who are given contracts with criminals, and they only report the matter to the police when the extortionists now demand more money from them. We have a case in point in Gauteng where one a contractor started by paying 100,000, it went to 200,000, and as the amount escalated, then he came forward to the police. We are currently investigating the matter. The other issue that becomes a challenge, Chairperson, is the legislation that requires that a successful tender be gazetted, which means that the amount, the place, the contractor will be published. So this is also part of the scanning by criminals who then go and approach the winning bidder and demand their 30% share or whatever that they would want from the contractor. In terms of mitigating measures, we are aiming at maximizing our utilization of the POCA Act. We did talk about your money laundering as well as racketeering charges to identified suspects together with the NPA. We're working on that. Also maximize the use of the PRECA Act to investigate corruption internally as well as within the government space as well. Again, we are opting to have a team that is multidisciplinary in nature, where DPCI, CI detectives and Vispol work together to address any issues relating to the crimes around your SMMEs. And also we are seeking that government should look at vetting as well as conducting integrity testing for officials who are responsible for awarding tenders within your small business sector. And also the issue of lack of work in communities, but also non-payment of contractors render these projects vulnerable. And as work streams, ours is to make sure that we implement our plans and ensure that there is a monitoring tool within the streams as well for us to be able to see if you are successful in neutralizing these threats. That brings me to the end, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, General, for the presentation. Before we continue into the discussion, I think just some brief remarks. I was just making a few notes, and then I'm going to move over to the honourable members for us to discuss. Just a few short comments. I think it's important that we just acknowledge we have seen quite a few. Good morning, DM. Sorry. It's important to acknowledge the arrests that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. There certainly were an increase in certain parts of the country, and it was very visible and well communicated by SAPS. And I really hope and trust that the investigation process will be impeccable to ensure that once it gets to prosecution, it really is of an extremely high standard. So I think that's the first part. I think also something that stands out in the presentation was the fact that we are now openly seeing that level 3 to 5 targets, are becoming a priority. So I think that's something good to hear, because very often the question that is asked, especially by the public, is that, we're making a whole lot of low-level arrests, a high number of low-level arrests. It's not really addressing who the bosses are that run these rackets. A few concerns with regards to the presentation. I think firstly, I must just say that we were expecting the presentation for last week, Friday. So it made it very difficult for us to prepare properly. We only received it yesterday, which gave us 24 hours to prepare for this. Now, colleagues, if this is going to be a priority for the country, we need to handle it as such. I could hear in the presentation that it is seriously being considered, but goodness, we can't expect to prepare properly in 24 hours for something in such depth. I think we should at least, as an unwritten rule, give each other 5 to 7 days before to prepare properly with such a presentation. In terms of the complexities of extortion, I think it is crucial again, and I'm not going to labor the point too much, but the delay with a presentation like this makes it difficult for us to do our oversight work, because we need to hold the executive accountable. We can't do that if we can't prepare properly. So please assist us in making sure that it doesn't happen again in the future. I want to firstly then acknowledge the Minister and the Deputy Ministers with respect to the attendance and the support and responses to the committee. General, I must just say that your timing on the presentation was literally perfect. It was on the dot 40 minutes, so the timer just went off. So thank you for also considering that. I then must question the lack of detail in the presentation, and not so much operational detail. Don't get me wrong. We understand we can't give away the competitive initiative that the law enforcement authorities need. But as a committee, we need to understand what the measurable outcomes are. What are we aiming to? What are we working towards? What are we measuring to ensure or to be able to confirm whether we are achieving any kind of success? In terms of measurable outcomes, we need to be able to track progress, because otherwise, how do we know we are progressing, we are moving forward? So we need to be able to tell ourselves what the benchmark is. How can we hold anyone accountable to a specific success if we don't know what to or how to measure that specific success? Then in terms of the budget, obviously we want to help with regards to budget from the committee side, but we can't do that because we don't know what the budget would entail. If we don't have details for the committee to consider, there's no way of us assisting in understanding what those budget shortcomings are. I think it's crucial that we acknowledge, and it has been said in Parliament as well, that extortion must receive urgent and focused resources. And I think everyone acknowledges that, but we need the flesh on the bone to understand exactly what that would entail. I think I'm not going to labor all the challenges with regards to, detailed cases on extortion. I think it would be preaching to the choir. We know what it entails, and it's basically in some cases become an additional kind of tax service. It's an additional tax that some communities pay. I actually want to go as far as calling them tax pirates, because that's exactly what they are. They hold communities hostage with something that they so significantly had to work hard for. I can't help but stress the Intercape issue again. I want to firstly thank the Minister of Police in his absence for the response that we received yesterday. It was the first quarterly report that was awaited for over a year regarding the Intercape matter. And there are some things that we will respond on to just get some clarity on, but it's good to see that there is a response. And I know we are still going to have a session to discuss that in detail. We also need to discuss the additional funding from Treasury in terms of targeted interventions from specialized task teams, like the Economic Infrastructure Task Team. We need to talk about proactive prevention strategies. And also then particularly in some of the provinces like the Western Cape, where extortion has become such a critical issue, including KZN and the Eastern Cape too, where we know what the challenges are. I think it's very important that we zoom in on what the other approaches are apart from just policing. So there will be a time when we will hopefully, and I have spoken with the chairperson of the Justice Committee too, to see how we can take hands to assist from both ends. We must have, and we've stressed this every single week, we must have an integrated approach. It's good to see that legislation from all angles is being considered. Because I don't think we can purely say that this is just a policing issue. With that, colleagues, I'm going to start with the extortion discussion. Let me just get a show of hands. Would you like to take a 10-minute break, or can we continue? Comfortable? Okay, let's go. So I'm going to then straight up go to the discussion. I think I'm going to start, if it's okay, with Honorable Schikkerling, and then we will go to Honorable Meshwe, then Honorable Kola Barnard, and then Honorable Ghana, and then I will continue from there. Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, you know, the General said a very interesting thing. She said they're going to go to war on extortionists, and I understand that. However, I'm really concerned, because how do you go to war if all your soldiers are not fighting the same war as what you are fighting? We need everybody to fight the same war. I mean, a lot of those soldiers are themselves involved in criminal activity. And I think that is something that we have to focus on, because combating crime is definitely not just one person's responsibility. And I am concerned that you said you only have monthly meetings. As the chairperson rightfully said, this is a matter that has been said to be of national importance. I think you should have meetings more frequently, and I think we should be informed more often. It is obviously concerning that a member of the police force is now, that is linked to criminal activity, has been promoted, because what does this say to the other officers that are trying to walk the straight and narrow? Because clearly there's a lack of consequence management within the police. And then I would like to know, I mean, will the members that are deployed to the task force to combat extortion undergo security screening? Because we have to make sure that the people that are the soldiers that are fighting the war actually are there for the right reason. The national hotline is something that I do look forward to, because I think there are provinces that we are lacking in your report. I don't see anything from the Northern Cape. I am from the Northern Cape. I know that there are issues of extortion there. I think a lot of it happens is because people don't report it, especially in your smaller communities, because they're scared, which leads me to my second question is, the safety of whistleblowers in South Africa really is questionable. And it's no, I mean, there's literally hundreds of people that have been murdered because of whistleblowers. We can speak about Babita Dekoran as one of them. But how will you protect the business owners that actually do come forward? Because we can't expect business owners to close their businesses for weeks at a time while we investigate issues of extortion. It is obviously a time sensitive. And if I look at your report, some of those cases date back to 2020, 2022. We can't expect a case to take 4 or 5 years, because it will never end. It perpetuates the system. And as you have rightfully said, the extortionists come and they ask for 1,000 Rand, and next time it's 2,000 Rand, and it just grows and grows and grows. So if we can't protect the business owners and our whistleblowers, people are not going to report these crimes. So we have to find a better way of looking after our whistleblowers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Honorable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. One of my questions have been covered by Honorable Schikkerling about the national hotline. We have been having hotlines for years. How is this hotline going to be different from the others? And at times, the number that is given to the public as a hotline is not even answered. The phone just rings and rings and rings. So how can we have confidence that the new hotline they're talking about is going to yield desired results. And then secondly, in his introduction, the General Masemola said, we have a strategy on how to deal with corruption. I can say the same thing about the strategy to deal with corruption. For years, we have been complaining about corruption. We have one minister after the other, they promise they're going to root out rotten apples, but those rotten apples seem to be well rooted. They can't get rid of it. So how, General Masemola, is this a new strategy you are referring to, or is it the old strategy that we've been hearing about all the years? My third question, looking at page 17 of the presentation, when one looks at the numbers showing convictions, if you compare that to the number of cases, Gauteng is an example. Out of 2,284 reported cases, arrests were only 828 and conviction only 45. Where is the problem? Why can't we get more convictions? Where is the problem? And page 28, addressing the corruption in government departments by vetting and constant integrity testing of officials. May I have more clarity on that? When is this, how often is this constant integrity testing? And when you talk about integrity testing, what are we really talking about? When you have promotions that are questionable, when you have people that have to be punished and they're promoted, and yet they are supposed to be going through constant integrity testing. Who is being tested and who is not tested? Because we have high-ranking officials also who are fingered in some serious crimes. So I want to know how do you quantify constant? Constant integrity testings of officials, and who are we talking about when you talk about these officials? Are the leaders, are the directors also subjected to this, or who is subjected to this constant integrity testing of officials? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Reverend. I'm going to go over to Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thanks, Chair. The first construction site invasions began, as we all know, in Mlazi and KwaMashu. That was in 2014, 2015. As everyone in this room knows, this construction mafia crime is simple. You pay us a cut of the tender or just an amount we determine. Otherwise, we'll shut you down or kill you. I've been trying to pin down why it's taken SAPS so long to seemingly take it seriously. Even today, with the arrests that you've made, the levels of convictions at 7.5% is pathetic. I mean, it's absolutely pathetic. So it's worthwhile being one of these construction mafia members, because the likelihood of you being convicted is minimal. So 9 years later, and this committee, since they started up, and this committee is forced to call you in to explain. And of course, the construction mafia has led to all we see today. It could have been nipped in the bud at the time, but there were certain politicians in KZN now under arrest who joined with the extortionists, who employed the extortionists and encouraged them. And that now has spread to the school feeding schemes, everything that you refer to, the granting of tenders. Every single area in our country is now at the mercy of this kind of behavior. The question is, why wasn't it stamped out when it began? Did the minister at the time, Nathi Nhleko, instruct SAPS not to deal with it? Was there an order? Did the National Police Commission at the time reappear? Two names I thought I'd never have to say again. Did they perhaps draw a line in the sand, say, don't do it, focus on something else. I want to know why you were hamstrung at that level, because that's the root cause of everything we're facing today. It was the era when Generals Libya and Sabia were under such enormous pressure because they were the honest guys, and they did everything in their power to get rid of every honest cop around. We need to look back and say, who's at the root cause of this entire catastrophe? I'm interested if you have any ideas. Secondly, the committee requested in your presentation today that it covers the intervention plan resources redirected to affected areas, measurable outcomes, funds allocated, and successes to date. I know there's information that should not be released, but as far as what's missing, I mean, the resources redirected, measurable outcomes, or funds allocated should have been included. I'm interested to know why they were not. It's claimed that the SAPS initially saw this type of extortion as merely a passive source of income, not high-risk source of income like drug dealing, but that's had to be rethought very dramatically. What links have you established between the proceeds of the construction mafia specifically and being used to bankroll kidnappings, the drug and prostitution syndicates, terrorist activities, even the land invasions, and many, many more? There surely must be determined links between those. I sit primarily on the JSCI. I'm most interested in what role, if any, the State Security Agency is playing in assisting you in identifying and combating the extortion syndicates. I noticed on your list of stakeholders, there's no State Security Agency. Do they not assist you? Are they not doing what they're paid to do? They should be giving you the insights into the cross-border and international syndicates, and there should be a very close tie-up there. I was interested that it wasn't referred to. Earlier this year, the Eastern Cape Division of the High Court handed down a rather scathing judgment against you for failing to properly investigate the ongoing attacks into Intercape mainliner long-haul buses, drivers, and passengers. The committee requested you provide quarterly reports. The National Commissioner was requested to submit a report on the reasons for why the previous court order to develop a safety plan just hadn't happened. Where are the reports? Why aren't they here? I don't understand. When you've got a request to provide these, why aren't they being provided? Now, we do have a problem, and my colleague here to my left referred to it, that many communities around the country see what they believe is police going to, for example, drug lords, and then they stay a few minutes and then they leave. And everybody in the community knows they're being paid off by the drug lords. And in the same way, police members are suspected of running stock theft syndicates. You see the poorest paid SAF members in mansions, and the locals will take me there and point and say, how does that guy afford that mansion on a really lowly salary? So now we have the construction mafia, and they know there are police members involved. How are you going to find that out? Are you doing the correct checks and balances into what people earn and what they're spending? Because it's got to be there. It's got to be a way to find it out who's involved. So how many of you arrested? How many SAPS members have been arrested for being involved in the construction mafia? How many have been jailed? And finally, if a manager of a construction project is threatened, as they are, in one case I'm aware of in KZN, a gang of AK-wielding men broke into her office as the manager, put a bullet on the desk in front of her. That's one's for you, that's for your husband, these three are your children. They named them all, they knew where they went to school. They're on top of it, way ahead of us. And this particular woman just stood up and resigned on the spot. Now, I know it's illegal to pay extortionists, but if your life is being threatened, your children's lives are being threatened, you really are between a rock and a hard place. I understand what the National Police Commissioner said when he said, but we have an issue where they may pay a small bribe and then they realize that's illegal, but now they're being asked not for 1,000, for 50,000. They can't afford it. They come to the police and now they want to duck and dive because they actually broke the law in the first place. But can you blame them? Have you ever arrested the victim of extortion who has attempted to pay a small bit? I mean, is that because individuals running businesses are now desperate? They feel they can't turn to you because they may well end up in jail themselves. They feel they're going to die if they don't pay. So they either have to walk around covered head to toe in Kevlar, or they're going to just chuck in the towel. And we've got entire businesses that have been drummed into the ground. One idiotic lawyer put in the contract, we will only use local labor. From the next week, we want double the salary. And the following week, we want double the salary. They were rioting, it was the Mgani overpass. They rioted right the way through, bankrupted the company and killed umpteen people, burning trucks and things. So I don't understand what protection you can possibly give individual companies, individual company owners, because unless you literally have a gang standing around that construction site, and I've attempted to phone local police saying there's a mob of 200 invading this place, this shopping mall here. He sneered at me. He said, but you know the process, they must take it to court. I said, but it's your job to stop crime. They're busy trashing the place. Oh, no, not my job. And it's a problem. It's a big problem. So I think the strategy has to be a lot tighter and a lot more substantial than perhaps you're letting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Barnard. Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning. Ordinarily, I will have started by saying I welcome the presentation. But I must say, having gone through it last night, and I was telling the Chair earlier, it is saying very little. So the last week or the week before, the week before it was the questions to the security cluster. We tried to ask the minister responsible for intelligence around the involvement and whether intelligence is fully capacitated to deal with this particular matter. She ducked and dived. There were 3 questions. I mean, it's not usual that the 3 members from different political parties will ask similar questions because everyone were concerned. And when I read, even in the challenges, one can be mistaken for thinking that the police yourselves, you are full capacitated. So in your challenges, you don't talk about just the capacity to deal with this. So the DM starts with the challenges of the police service. And to the point that the Honorable Barnard raises around intelligence, both the state security, but also crime intelligence. You'll know that in the last meeting, DM Matal, I asked the question around crime intelligence, because let's be honest with ourselves. Even the point around the communities, there's a loss of trust in the ability of the South African Police Service to protect communities. And that has led to, one, people paying, because not paying has got dire consequences. 2, as you'll know in the last meeting when you were presenting the quarterly crime stats, you are starting to see an increase in mob justice and people being killed in that way. That speaks to the loss of trust. The law conviction and what was the challenge, Lieutenant General, in how you presented, and sometimes I listen, is that because you were going slide by slide, line by line, you had promised to come back on why the convictions are low, and it did not. And in your challenges, and so there's is what we are going through. As you'll know, the mafias in the US, and there's a lot, there are books, documentaries around that. So one of the laws that needs to be amended urgently, it's poker. Because to be honest, within our legislative framework, we do not have a definition of what extortion is. We haven't defined it. It doesn't. So even if you arrest now, and this is what leads to the loss of trust, is that they see the police, the uniformed police, they come and arrest someone. Then when that person appears before a magistrate, then they're like, we can't really, the charge, the one that you are trying to charge this person on, it's not strong. And then it's released. And in your challenges, whilst I take that there's a stream that looks at poker, but the way that you mentioning it as a mitigating, you are talking about a maximum utilization of poker. But when I was going through poker, not for these purposes, because I mean I've been working on it for some time. Even the 1998 definition of racketeering, as it relates to gang and criminal activities, that I can tell you that it's inadequate. But from yourself as the police, you don't mention it. It's like you are kind of scared to say, guys, the laws, you are lawmakers, and the laws are making it difficult for, we made arrests. Yes, they are minimal, just over 6,000 arrests. And out of that, we convicted less than 200. Which means there's something in terms of the law. So the questions around the capacity of crime intelligence. I know the minister last time did mention that there are efforts to try to capacitate and rebuild the crime intelligence. But without that aspect, because this is not a once-off, this is not just a Vispol problem. And if you think of it, I think all of you will have been in the police force. So when Nyaupe started, which starts in Durban, so construction mafia starts in Durban. Nyaupe starts in Durban. And it's called Wonga at the time that it starts. It's almost dismissed as like, you know, it's a hyper localized. But right now, to the point that I raised during the debate, you go to the deep rurals in Zanini, you find Nyaupe. And what this practice, so there might very well be organized criminals. But now people are seeing that it's happening. It's happening in Durban. So people who couldn't crack into the construction mafia, then look at the next target. And then gangs are formed. It was then the spaza shops. Now they close that. Where do people go? They then go to RAF. Then a gang closes RAF. So now they control RAF. Then now it has gone to the funerals, as you'll know. That when there's a funeral, they know that's the funeral policy that pays out. Now the family must pay before they bury. Now the gang controls that. Now it has gone to the pensioners on the day that the SASSA pays out. Because now it has spread out. And my concern is the ability to take it out. Because some of it, it's almost like if we can put it unorganized. It just happens in a village. It's not linked to let's call it a top boss somewhere. So the top boss resides in that village, and it only terrorizes people in that village. It's not linked to the neighboring village and so forth. And even when you arrest, and I would like maybe for yourself, General Masimol, and maybe the head of the detective service, to go and fully explain that table in an honest way. Why less than 200 people are convicted? And what are they convicted of? Because sometimes we say it's conviction. Yes, someone would have reported it as these people were trying to extort. And people, maybe they don't call it extortion. They call it threats. So you find that a person is convicted, but because they were threatening someone or maybe convicted of just assault. Because someone, when they refuse to pay, as we know what they do, they threaten you. First, they hit you. You don't pay, they hit you so hard. It's to go into say, these convictions, if we are to be honest, what did the courts convict the people of? And whether we link it to extortion. They might have been arrested for trying to extort, but when they are convicted, maybe they are convicted of assault, they are convicted of pointing a firearm, they are convicted, which does not deal with the practice. And that's one aspect that's missing. And I want your honest reflection on the Poker Act, because the tool in the main that it's in the hands of the police in this particular instance and the justice is primarily the poker. Obviously, the other asset forfeiture and the SIU comes in, but that is the enabling legislation. Is it adequate? Do you feel that it empowers you to do what you need to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Garner. I'm going to go to Honorable Mokoena from where, okay, and then Honorable Letlape. And then from there, I've divided all the questions into, because there's already about 16 questions that I've listed. So then we'll go through them, and then we'll go to Honorable Adams, Honorable James, and then we'll continue again from there. Okay, Honorable Mokoena, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. There is a reference on the Priority Committee on Extortion on the government framework. When was the committee established? And what is the assessment performance so far in coping extortion? I thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, in the presentation on page 5, it says that in the President's Nation Address in 2020, after his address where he spoke about extortion, there was a committee, a specialized police team or teams. I want to know if there is a report on particularly those specialized police teams. What have they done? And what was the mandate of those teams? And if the reports that we get now or the statistics that we get now has to do with the work that was done by those teams. But again, I want to speak on the table in page 17. The number of convictions is very worrisome. And I think it also goes to the question of what is classified to be an extortion? What are other crimes that are classified to be under extortion? I think Honorable Ghana mentioned it. Because we need to know why is the conviction rate so low? What could be the reasons you would arrest 6,000 people and only convict less than 200? But even the arrests themselves, so in Gauteng, there's 2,200 cases, but there's only 800 arrests that were done. What hinders SAPS to arrest people from the number of cases that were lodged or that were registered? We need to know that, because you can't have 2,000 cases and only arrest 800 unless you then classify the other cases to not being relevant to the case. And I want to get a report on how many of these cases are of police officers. Because, you know, the crisis is that SAPS is given a responsibility of arresting these extortionists. But if you already have rotten members inside, it becomes very difficult. The DM, when we started, said some of these reports would have to have closed sessions for them. But the reality is that these closed sessions, someone somewhere will have this report. And that is why we also need to be very careful when we deal with such crimes, because these crimes are informed by people who've got inside reports, who know the strategies of police. They know when we are going to do oversight. They know when the police are going to go and search a particular place. So we need to do a serious vetting inside the South African Police Services. I also want to check with the hotline, how many of these cases were reported via the hotline? And if these cases that were reported, were they tip-offs or were they registered crimes already? And what is the response time on the tip-offs? So how long does it take SAPS to respond to a tip-off? And how do we do that as well? But with regards to, we need to have a thorough awareness program in communities. Our people need to know what extortion is. Most of them, you said in the presentation that they don't report. They don't report because they don't know what is extortion. And we have not gone to communities to educate them on what is extortion. What are the classifications and crimes linked to extortion? And I saw in your work stream 4, you say that you do training and awareness and all of that of communities. So what are these programs that we have done in communities, making them aware of this particular crime and how SAPS responds to it? And then how do we monitor these projects, these construction mafias? So you say you target these big projects where extortionists also target. How do you monitor them? How do you ensure that these projects are protected from extortionists? Is there a particular pattern that you do? Do you monitor on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis? How do you do this monitoring? And at what point do you then interfere or come in and say there is a particular crime that is being done and SAPS then takes over? What is the criteria of the selection of these police officers who are going to be part of these task forces? And that goes to vetting as well. How are we going to vet them? Because if you are going to have police officers who are going to deal with this particular crime, it involves a lot of money. And we know that there's a serious crisis. Everyone is crying about not getting enough resources, but what we need to be aware of is that there is a lot of money involved in this particular crime. And we are going to have to be very selective, but to also keep tabs on the members who are going to be in this task force. So I don't know what is going to be the criteria of selecting these officers, but also to ensure that they don't fall into the trap in the process. If you deal with a 5 million tender and you give a police officer, making an example, who has financial issues at home, the chances is that this particular person, if he was confronted and he was given money, they will most likely take that money. And that's where sometimes the conditions, the human conditions that are facing police officers are confronted with principles where a person must choose between what will my child eat today, as opposed to the principle and mandate that you're given. And those are some of the things that we need to consider as well. And for this particular crime, is there resources particularly put aside for it? Or are we going to have to deal with it like any other crime? Because I remember in Parliament, there was a motion that there must be a committee, an ad hoc committee that's going to deal with extortion. But the majority of the House felt that this particular portfolio committee must deal with this crime. Is there resources put aside for it? And maybe we should, Chair, propose for a much sooner closed session with SAPS, with intelligence, with justice, because SAPS alone cannot deal with this crime. And for us to ask SAPS, why is the conviction rate so low? We'll ask the question, but we know where the answers will come from. So maybe we should have a closed session with all the other committees that speaks and that has mandate to ensure that we end this crime. Have a closed session with them. We need to be given the depth and the insights of this crime, because at this point we are just dealing with stats and just the basics, which also makes it very difficult for us as members of the committee to indulge and to engage on this crime, because we've got limited information and access to information on this particular crime. So I want to make a proposal that we have a closed session with the other committees as soon as possible so that we conclude on this matter. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letlape, and noted. Then lastly, Honorable Adams. Nearly threw something at me.
Thank you, Chair. I thought we were going to have our first fight now. Please note that I'm not accusing anyone of anything. But the South African Police Service purchased cell phone grabbers worth over 100 million rand from an Israeli company. We purchased 4G cell phone grabbers in the 5G era. These things are obsolete. They're locked up in Pretoria. Our records show, and we may be wrong, that Parliament never approved this purchase. Can you confirm that this purchase was made via the proper channels? And can you please tell us what the consequence management is for the people in supply chain management who wasted the money while police stations don't have police vehicles? So for those that don't know, a cell phone grabber is what enables detectives to go into someone's cell phone, look at their WhatsApps, listen into their conversations. It's a vital piece of equipment. Now, General Lashaba, our head, Major General Lashaba, our head of secret operations, has a 500 million rand a year budget. He returned 123 million rand of that money last year. 120 million rand unspent. Now we have a crisis in extortion and kidnapping, and the department is underspending. Is there consequence management? I'd also like to say that General Lashaba and General Khumalo are the only two people who can authorize the use of the 2 cell phone grabbers in operation. And the investigating units are telling us that they have to beg these people for it. They are also saying that on the issue of the cell phone grabbers, neither General Lashaba or General Khumalo is an operational manager, but they are in charge of operations. They are hamstringing the people that are trying to find the people that are kidnapped, and they are trying to find the extortionists. In short, what we are being told by the operational units is because of the chain of command. If you are being extorted or have been kidnapped, you have an almost zero chance of being assisted by SAPS. Please explain to us what the consequence management for this is going to be. I want to end by saying that the head of crime intelligence, again, Major General Kamalo, he's just capped the reward for informers at 3,000 Rand. We are fighting a multi-billion Rand industry in extortion and kidnapping, and we are expecting people to risk their lives for 3,000 Rand. They'd probably get 300,000 Rand if they went to the criminals. Please, anyone make that make sense? I know of rewards of 500,000 Rand that were paid in the past, and it was very well worth it because the right people got locked up. We've just taken away the incentive. Is there going to be consequence management for this? Now, I want to just say on the issue of extortion, I was accused of extortion in 2020 when I drove past the building site in Mitchell's Plain and I realized that not a single colored person was working on the site. I walked up and I closed the site. I was charged. The judge threw the case out of court because even the contractor admitted I didn't ask him for a cent. So certain people do have very, very valid reasons for stopping building sites, especially if the local community is not included. Not everyone's an extortionist. But on the topic of extortion, I feel that this committee must also speak on the topic of inflation. I'll give you a quick rundown. 1 minute, Chief. There's a company before the Belleville Commercial Crimes Court on Friday for price inflation in the city. They've been red flagged by the city. The province has just given these people the Somerset West tender. Somerset Hospital tender. This is the type of criminality that we don't talk about. And this is the type of criminality that I feel that SAPS needs a dedicated unit for. But I only had those 3 questions. I'm really looking forward to the answers. Thank you. One last thing, Chair. The promotion of the general with the question marks around him. Has anybody on this committee filed a request or asked a question as to how this happened? Because I can tell you that the ground troops are grumbling about it. What we as the committee would need to know is if the seniors are as upset as the soldiers are. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Morning to the Deputy Ministers and the leadership. I just want to reflect on the presentation that was made under operators, modus operandi. You don't have the invasion of houses. If you can maybe just add that, because in most of the communities, these syndicates actually take over people's homes. So I don't see anything in there about homes and cars. Under your stakeholder slide, I want to ask, because I've been part of so many of these natural operations, have you actually engaged all of these stakeholders before adding them to the plan? You would often find that the operation kicks off and then we have excuses afterwards from the courts and from justice saying that they weren't aware. So these cases don't get prioritized. Has there been prior engagement with all of those stakeholders that was listed? Because I find when I look at this plan, it almost mirrors many other plans that I've seen. So it almost feels as if though it's a copy and paste and we just do small changes here and there. So this is why I want to ask, has there been engagement with stakeholders? Your stakeholders also, I think you need to include the Department of Housing based on my prior remark. Local government as well as Home Affairs. I don't see Home Affairs being part of your stakeholders when we know that many of these syndicates are also foreign nationals. So please can that be added? I also don't see the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum that addresses issues of drugs as part of your stakeholders. The Provincial Substance Abuse Forum should actually be in possession of SAPS's mini drug master plan. That is a question that I also want to know. Does this department have a national mini drug master plan
that reports to the Central Drug Authority. The Taxi Association, I also don't see that as being part of the stakeholder engagement. Under extortion case management, and I think everyone has highlighted this, the low conviction rate. Could that possibly, is there a possibility that we can reopen these 2,284 cases? And now that we have a planned approach, can we see designated detectives that understands how to actually go through these dockets? Because we find most times the reasons why we only have 800 cases that makes it to court, it's because of the lack of intelligence and the way that docket is written. So can we revisit those cases with designated detectives? Also, one of the reasons why we have such a low conviction rate, I always say we have these amazing plans on paper, but we don't make sure that we have actually the resources in place to support the plan. Forensics, I spoke about this the last time. Are they capacitated? Do we have enough staff to analyze ballistics and whatever else is needed to actually finalize these cases? Recommendations, I want to say that I worry about these deployments, and I want to ask DM and the National Commissioner, these deployments, where are these people coming from? Because as things stand, we know that already we have a heavily under-resourced SAPS. So does this mean we are going to take from various provinces? Who is the deployment? For how long is this operation going to be going to last? Is it a 3-month operation? Is it a 6-month operation? Has this operation been costed? What is the cost implications in here? Because sometimes halfway through an operation, we find that the monies and the resources has ran out and an operation comes to an end. The duration, I think, and then also lifestyle audits. There's more than one way to skin a cat. We don't get any results or feedback in terms of successes when it comes to lifestyle audits. I think that is my contribution for now. And Chair, just allow me to thank, I forgot to do this previously, General Sibia, thank you so much for being prompt in responding to all the messages that I send you. It's really refreshing. I really hope that the Minister's office can follow suit, because I've written a letter to the Minister's office, I think about a month ago, and to date we haven't received a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Colleagues, at 11 a.m., tea will be ready outside. So we'll give it 5 minutes just for everyone to grab a water or coffee or something then. But we need to continue because we're limited in terms of time. So I'll let you know when it is that time. I'm going to divide the questions into threes to the best of my memory as well. I have noted all of them. The first one, the first 3 questions is with regards to security clearance. It came up several times, so you noted that as well. Then the protection of whistleblowers, and then the difference between this hotline and past hotlines. I'm going to hand over the first 3 first.
Okay, handing to us.
Yes, dear.
All right, could not talk without your permission.
Sorry, no, you go. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to honorable members for the questions, of which most of you have enriched what we are supposed to do, and then we really appreciate the inputs that you have made, Honorable Jones, and I think we don't even have to discuss it, we have to put it in, as you say. But thank you very much for that. In terms of Honorable Shekli, I was in the Northern Cape on Friday, this Friday. I was with IPID, and we went to Ditlhakong village, and then we met with the community there, and also with Mahoshi from that around the area. And people were able to come and talk about their experience. Fortunately, how we work now, I don't want to talk about other things, but how we work now is that when we go to the communities, we don't necessarily want them to wail and complain. So we have like a police there with differently. So as you speak, then we direct you to say, go to General Sintumule, go to this one, and then we are able to help them there and there. So it seems it's working a little bit better. And I can say the response was very good. And even the Hoshi promised that they'll be able to assist us a lot. And also IPIT, in terms of doing its work, we support it fully. That's why I actually went there to be with the IPIT. So we really take the issues serious and we'll be able to do with that. And I also agree with you that in terms of dealing with the extortion, we must just do something drastic. Actually, in Gauteng province, they propose that we have a state of emergency to deal with the issue. Call all the security forces, including the army, to just deal with this issue. But the thing is, we really had to consult hard because, you know, during COVID, if you do that state of emergency, you limit movement and all other things, and there will be an uproar. But until I agree with committee members that we do something so drastic, we might not want to be able to do that. So I think the committee might also want to look at it and advise if we can really also go into that mode. Honorable Mission, I think maybe you might want to give us benefit of the doubt. I think for the past months that we've been here, surely you have seen something just coming up. We're trying very hard to make sure that it's not like all things you are saying that are coming up and not doing anything. Firstly, we started here in Cape Town when we were even criticized to saying, why are we starting in the Western Cape? We started in the Western Cape, we met with the Metro Police, we met with the Community Forum. At handover, we met with even the stakeholders. And we all agreed that we need to come together in terms of the Metro Police, the South African Police Services, the province in terms of the traffic department, and face the criminals from one side, and also share resources in the Western Cape, especially in Cape Town. They have advanced in terms of technology. So you have seen that memorandum, it was signed by the president, and we're busy actually implementing it because the Metro brought about 600 members plus. So we are actually working around that. We went to Eastern Cape, Mthatha and OR Tambo. We did the same. I think we'll be signing next week also to be able to bring people from all the apparatus from one side facing the criminals and being able to deal with the issue. We also went to Gauteng. We met with all the Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, and everybody, even the private securities, to say, why don't we come, both of us, and face these people? So I just want to assure you that I'm saying, give us the benefit of the doubt. It's not business as usual, as you can see. And some are even criticizing us to say, why are you doing that? But when you are faced with crime, it's not a matter of saying it's at a local level, at a provincial level, at a national level. It's just crime. And we are levels of government, so we need to come together and be able to do that. And as you are aware, 2 weeks ago, the Deputy President in the NCOP convened intergovernmental planning, where MECs, premiers, everybody was there to say, from now onwards, let's work together and be able to do that. As I'm talking to you today, when we finish here, we're going to KwaZulu-Natal. We're going to be there until Sunday, meeting all the stakeholders, explaining what we want to do, rallying around everybody to come to our side and be able to do that. It's tiring, very bad. She will tell you the distance from Kimberley to Kuruman is some 207 coming back, trying to get a flight back is tiresome, but we are here to make sure that we bring that difference. So I agree that yes, some other things are not as they should, but I'm appealing to you to give us a benefit of the doubt. I don't want to say new broom, what, but I'm saying we hear you, we take all what you are saying. But please, please give us benefit of the doubt, and we'll be able to work together also with you. In terms of the conviction, I think all of you knows it's not necessarily us, but I agree with Honorable Letlape that we might want to bring all the committee so that we understand what is going on. One, I think we bemoaned the National Commissioner when he was making the stats, not the stats, the report in terms of Chanel. The courts work from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and the police arrest for 24 hours. So it just doesn't make sense. Because we have constraint of resources, also the justice have constraint of resources. What we would want to also approach them, which we had a meeting with them, by the way, is that how about them working from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, something like that. But maybe they will tell you about their condition of work, of service, they want overtime and all those kind of things. But I think if you can just bring us together, we might be able to do that. It's painful to see how the police work and trying to arrest. And like you're saying, Honorable Adam, in the afternoon, the person walks because in court is something else. And as you know, there's this separation of powers that are not within us. But with your help, I think the suggestion by Honorable Letlape is very crucial, and I agree with her, it's very urgent. If that can be convened, it will be able to do that. And in terms of the vetting and the constant integrity testing, I might not want to go into deeper things, but we met, as we do now, with all the sections in SAPS. And this is one of the issues that we raised. I would not want to tell you which way and whatever. And it was confirmed that the officials there were not vetted. And we demanded that something be done. On Thursday in Durban, we are going to meet the TMS, which is the technology section. Because we don't have time, we just said they must just follow us to Durban. Because we want them to explain to us, because in this era and age, the criminals are advanced. You can't use your ears and your eyes only. We need technology to do that. And I think, Honorable Adams, you said something about we asked those questions and we want answers also. So that's what I'm saying. I think we've put our eyes on the ball and we're trying to get answers as you are doing, and then we'll be able to do that. Honorable Kolbanat, in terms of the extortions and the level of conviction, I think as you said, it has long been there, but we're not in the business of maybe trying to blame the past or what. We are saying we're confronting them as we are, and we can safely say we'll be able to get this done. In terms of the resources also, as I said, we'll come with what we would want so that whatever operations we do it in terms of sustainability and making sure that it lasts. I agree with you about the lifestyle audit. We need to do that. In some cases, police officers, you find that at night, a taxi sleep at their house, they're running taxis and all those kind of things. So, but as you know yourself, in order for you to be able to take something to court and have at least a minimum rate of success, you have to have that evidence. Sometimes they don't even write these properties and things under their names, but we'll have a way of trying to understand what is going on. Also in terms of the Intercape and others, we had a meeting with the Minister of Transport, and we had also had a meeting with the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape, Honorable the MEC in the Eastern Cape of Community Safety. And we're able to talk about some of the things, as the chair said, at least there's a report, quarterly report. It might have been late, but I'm saying, give us a benefit of the doubt. From now onwards, we'll be able to do that. Yes, it's true. I met the ambassador of Nigeria, and he was saying to me, on his way back, when he come back, most of the people that will be in the plane will be the ones, he knows them as like criminals. And the real, honest business people who want to come to our country are refused visas. But those criminals will find them there. And he said he also went to some police stations and said to the police, this house, they are selling drugs, go in there. And he said the police will go in and come out with nothing but with the pocket a little bit expanded and all those kind of things. So we are alive to those kind of situation. But we don't want to come here and give general things that we hear in the street. We respect you as a committee. As we come in, want to give you something that is very, very solid and want to do. Honorable Ghana. Yes, we have the JCPS cluster. Yes, we're also disappointed a little bit in terms of the intelligence, but we are part of the cluster and we try to raise the issue and will not tire to raise the issues until we get it right. And it's true, our crime intelligence is not properly resourced. As we said, we might not want to go into details, but it's one of the places that we want to, where you have one officer or one detective dealing with 200 or 300 cases, it's just not feasible. So we'll be able to do that. One of the things that we're doing to capacitate the crime intelligence is the intake that we have taken, the 10,000. So if we take the 3,000 and then train them to be able to be detectives, is another thing also. And then we're trying to also enlist some who have resigned to come in and join, but it is not an easy job, but we'll try our best to do that. I agree with you in terms of the legislation. Unless we deal with it, that's why we flagged it. It's just that we just flagged it. But even the Criminal Justice Act and others, if we don't tighten it there, we'll lose our case from time to time. But also we need to agree as we meet with the Committee of Justice and others, including Correctional Service, as you know that some crimes are committed from prisons. Yes, so including, we met with the Akhbare Groenewald about the issue. So, and also taking the grabbers to the prisons so that we jam the signals there. The officials can use the landline if they have to. But you'll get a fight back. It's not easy. You'll get a fight back. You're dealing with criminals. You're not dealing with like school kids or other things. But nothing will stop us from going forward. So I agree with you, Honorable Ghana. Neil said, Comrade Ghana, Honorable Ghana. I really agree with your sentiment and what you said. Honorable Tlapa, I think I've quoted you so many times about your suggestions, which we openly do. In terms of the awareness, as I said, I went to Kuruman, I went to Hanover, we went to Mtata, went to OR Tambo, we went to Gauteng in Soweto. So we are busy with the imbizos and the awareness. And maybe you as the committee can also assist in terms of your constituency work. You know, even if you call us, I know some of members would call me to do that. Honorable Jones, also don't forget to send me letters if there's something you want to understand. I'll be able to also assist you. I've assisted many, Honorable Litlape and others who want something. I'm able to respond very, very quickly. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. I agree with you, Honorable Little. In terms of the criteria also and other things, yes, we need to really change, including the manual of training. You can't be training people like you are training them in 1906. I went to one TVET college and I saw a lot of learners writing test or students writing test for admission. And for just interest sake, I said, I want to write this exam. First thing they asked was about a typewriter. And I don't think any of those learners knows what a typewriter is. You know, then you can see that there's just something, left, and we really have to do that very seriously. The other issue maybe that also give us a advantage. I'm just finished my PhD thesis, and it's on e-government services, how we can be able to improve in terms of e-government services. So meeting the TMS, you are meeting them with the background knowing where we should go and do. So we're bringing also a lot of skills from the ministry, but also in terms of the department. Yes, there should be resources put on site for us to be able to sustain this, but we are realistic also to say there's the medium-term budget policy statement coming. We expect you to assist us. Education will be wanting this, and health will be fighting for all those resources. But also, we hope you'll come in and help us to be able to do that. Honorable Adams, I think I've answered some of your questions, and some of the things I've given you a note. Let's deal with them outside, including some of the colleagues that you have named. I've noted it. We'll be able to give you a comprehensive. I don't want us to guess and whatever. And I don't want it to go to the officials level. They must give it to us so that when it comes to you, it must be some quality response, not just in the box, just trying to, to say, it asks too much, let's just give him. It must be able to come to us and its quality, and we can be able to stand by it. And also in terms of your incentive, I agree with you. But in terms of the figure, I think is something else that I think there should be a policy actually on how do you do that, So I really, really agree with you. Honorable Jones, I've just commented that I think everything you said will be taken it into consideration and be able to do that. And lastly, in terms of the lifestyle audit, I don't think it is a problem. Actually, it must be done like it is done to us. So I don't think it is a problem. We just have to find a way of being able to do that. Let me take this opportunity to give to DM Matali to just make some comments, and then thereafter we'll give to our policy management to also go on with the issues. Thank you very much, Chair. If you allow, Deputy Matali.
Please do continue.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks, DM Michelle. Morning members, we appreciate the interaction that we are having with you this morning, National Commissioner and the team. What I can say through you, Chair, and to members is that we are not drowning as SAPS. We are responding to the challenges facing us, in particular the matter which is for discussion here. Members have raised that, Honorable Kolabana raised that these things started small in a particular part of our country, 2014-15. And you know where we come from and the challenges that we have been confronted with. But we are responding, and we are not starting now with the 7th administration to respond to the challenges that are there. We started back there where in the previous administration and currently now. There were challenges that were confronted with, and I think Honorable Adams raised a question which is a reflection of some of the challenges that we were confronted with around the story of grabbers. I think those who serve in other committees know what happened around that. Was that approved? Ultimately, yes, it was approved. The matter got regularized. I think there's one member here who served in one of those committees that participated in that process. It was not an easy process, but ultimately we got approval for those grabbers. And the progress that you are seeing, it might not be at the scale that we want to see, but it is because of the role that crime intelligence is playing. Yes, we are not at the level where we want to be, Chairperson, but I'm quite confident with the work that we are doing, what we are putting on the ground. Of course, through your support, will ultimately reach the desired stage. but the successes we're talking about, the arrests, it's as a result of crime intelligence. Yes, there are weaknesses because of historical factors, but we are not folding our arms. We are making corrections. We have appointed a head, which is General Kumalo and the team, and we are continuously working with him and through the National Commissioner to strengthen that section. And I'm quite confident that we will ultimately overcome the challenges that were there. Yes, there is a shortage of police officers because the numbers of men and women we have now, Chair, is less than the numbers of men and women in blue we had 2010, 2012. But we started a program championed by the president, where for the first time in the history of this country, we're able to train 10,000 new police officers, which has never happened before, as part of responding to that shortage that is there. And it will be a continuous process that we'll have to maintain to ensure that we increase the warm bodies. Where are we going to get the police that we are deploying to come and deal with what we are dealing with now? We are going to get them from within the numbers that we currently have. We are not going to get other warm bodies from outside what we have. It means we are going to take from other sections to come and have them dedicated to do work here. Of course, it's going to challenge the resources that we have, limited as they are, but we are going to respond in a manner that assists us to deal with the challenge that we are confronted with. I think I should pause there and allow the National Commissioner and the team to fill in the gaps that we did not talk to. Thank you, Chair. If you may allow National Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you, DM, 100%. Please do go ahead, General Masemola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the members. I think it's important maybe to just to start with the point that DM Mataleb said. We have a certain number of police personnel, which currently is about 153,000. And that's what we use to fight crime. There is no other assistance that we get from anywhere. So we have established economic infrastructure task teams years or so ago to focus on the problem of destruction of infrastructure. And at the same time, we say the same team must also deal with extortion. It's unfortunate, Honorable Chair and members, that you only have got a certain capacity to use, and sometimes you double up the same capacity, and because that's what you have. You don't have any extra. We do rob. Don't want to say always you rob Peter or Paul to pay Peter, something like that. That's what we do. A task team model is like a fire brigade. In other words, you put members together, then they put fires down, going around. So sustainability is quite expensive, yes. Hence, what DM Matale said, that the employment of 10,000 over this period, to a little extent, it does assist us in the numbers, but not much. Remember, every year we have got between 5.5 to 6.5 members that either through natural attrition retire or resign, or they are laid off. So we have that. So we, yes, we have currently specific teams in these areas that we regard as hotspots, dealing specifically with the problem of extortion. And we think they're doing quite well. As and when the numbers increase, will be, of course, a better service, I'm sure, in the future. But for now, we have got these numbers that we must deal with. And yes, we do need funding to increase the numbers. The current intake that is out there, currently training, we are going to have 4,000 of them going to detectives. But remember, detectives, we also need experienced people. So out of that 4,000, we're going to take 3,000 new, that is raw. And the 1,000 will recruit from within the service to make the 4,000 extra detectives. And 1,000 of them out of that, they are going to crime intelligence. Of course, they will also take a few from the raw new constables and recruit more from the greater service, which we gave them, as I said, the figure of 1,000. So that's basically how we deal with that. We do definitely need the numbers, and of course, also take note, the more we arrest, the more the whole chain of justice system get affected. The low conviction rate, yes, we agree. But also we look at the number of arrests, the figure is quite high, and cases take too long in course. They don't just get finalized easy. I was just reading recently now a case that comes from far in 2019. It's a Western Cape case. It was finalized yesterday, and where it was quite a good success when one looks at it. It was investigated by the anti-gang unit, and the person was found guilty for over 8 charges, which is a good success. So cases take a bit longer at courts, they don't finalize quicker. And there was a question whether we will reopen cases. Yes, cases don't get closed forever unless it's finalized, conviction is filed, but otherwise it just get closed temporarily and reopen again, depending whether it's bring forward for, let's say, 6 months or 1 year. So that's how we deal with cases. The current hotline, how different it is from the previous. We have seen with the Western Cape one, we did get some quite positive calls where we were able to open cases. The Eastern Cape also, within a short space of time, we had over 1,500 calls, unfortunately, of which 600 of them were prank calls, and 400 of them were people that were just verifying whether is it the extortion line and so on. But we also take into account that, yes, the extortionists will also abuse the line, of course. They will also abuse to try and mislead us. But we have 37 cases out of the Eastern Cape one that we have registered, and we are investigating those cases. So we'll be launching the national line soon, yes. How these lines help is that those business people or anybody else that wouldn't want to name a person by name or come forward to say so and so is collecting at such a place. It gives them opportunity then to phone and give the information to this line, and then we give detectives, and detectives can do what they do, you know, their investigation techniques to get the suspect and then bring him or her to book. But in majority of cases, mostly the his. And well, if it goes, in case where there is a case, of course, the NPA play a role in terms of witness protection. They do play a role, but the lines, they give people that opportunity that they can report without being known or being listened to. And it does work quite well, because some of these extortionists are quite brazen. We have seen the one in Eastern Cape that went to police. He was searched a day before by police and they didn't find anything. Then he was searched the next day and at a roadblock. And on the third day, his house was searched. The unfortunate is when police arrive with a search warrant, they find him already ready to say, I've been waiting for you. So of course, the information somewhere it leaked. And they searched, they couldn't find anything except his firearm and the license. And so it looks like that angered him to say he was searched in 2 days, he was searched more than 3 times. So that probably angered him so much so that he took his lieutenants, 2 of them, all of them armed with pistol, and they went to the NIU base where they confronted a certain member with a specific member to say they want him. But of course, the member thought, I mean, in a police premises at a parking lot, you think they want to ask something, and only to see that people are pulling out a gun and guns and shooting at him. But luckily, the other members were there to defend him. So that's how brazen they are. But that will not deter us. And the fact that with limited numbers is not going to deter us. We will keep on doing the operations as we do and make sure that we win. Intelligence matter, I think, yes, we all were part of this system. We all live in South Africa. We know what happened some years ago. And we are building the intelligence division quite well. It's coming quite well up. And Honorable Adams, you would, sometime when you have children, and these children, every time you come back from work, you give them sweets, and they take the sweets they eat. One day you say, for you to eat the sweets, you must first wash the dishes, or now you must first sweep the broom. It becomes problematic because they used to get the sweets for free. But if they have to start working before they eat the sweets, it's sometimes a problem. So that's the type of problems we are having in that division. But take it from me, make no mistakes. The division is coming well. It's unfortunate the naughty children are the ones that will tell you all sorts of stories. But the matters of the intelligence, we are dealing with them in another committee. Matters you raised have already been dealt with, especially in the last administration. They've been handled with, they've been dealt with, I'm sure. I think that's how far I can take it. But can guarantee you the intelligence division is being built, it's coming well. The management structure that is there is doing super well. And I heard you say, they say they're saving money and, you know, doing whatever, not doing whatever. There is value for money that I can guarantee you what we are getting now. And we will progress continuously in that fashion. But there will always be crybabies as we go along. But as long as they want to derail us from the objectives of doing our work, we will not be able to be deterred. We do, all the SMS members in SAPS, every year, they get some integrity testing, and in terms of they do financial disclosures where there are things that are picked, they are being followed and so on. And on the junior members is based on, in terms of threat, whenever crime intelligence receives certain threats, then they get followed. Where there are problems, actions are being taken. You'd remember even during COVID, there's a lot of members here in Western Cape that were arrested for extortion. As far as Mpegweni, a lot of them that were arrested where they were doing extortion. So we will continue doing that work, and I think we are in the right track. Can't remember if maybe I leave something else. The report on the Intercape, Honorable Barnett, we as far as we remember, we submitted, but we'll go and recheck our books if maybe there's a report that we didn't submit. And the work that the police are doing, we do it together with, from the Nut Joint's perspective. Honorable Chair, not Honorable Chair, General Musikiri is the chairperson of the Nut Joints. And there you have all other, your NPA, your SSA, all the other departments are included in that specific body. I don't know if, maybe let me allow the team to fill some. We'll start with General Sbia, and then Musikiri, and then Lebia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members of the committee as well. Just to add on what the National Commissioner said in relation to why the low conviction rate. Yes, you may look at the low conviction rate. Let's take, for an example, the period of only one financial year, 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March 2024. And you look at the cases reported being 319, suspect arrested 151. It's not a small number. However, what we need to concentrate on is the fact that you will have a specific number of people or cases that are actually withdrawn by complainants themselves in court. You will have a number of the complainants withdrawing cases before court, some where the complainants have already done their work. In court, the complainant coming and say, I no longer want to proceed. Or for an example, you pushed your work, you've completed your project, you're no longer showing interest to proceed with the case, but the police did their work. So the number of cases reported and the number of convictions that not necessarily mean that they have to go in pair, toe by toe, to say that if you arrested 6,000, therefore you need to have maybe 6,000 or 5,000 guilty. There are challenges in between. Getting to the types of construction, types of the types of extortion. We do have different type of extortions. You have your construction, the one that deals with your 30%, your construction mafia. You will have your business construction, where you will have your chain stores, where you will have your clubs, where a person comes and say, we'll provide security there, and then you give us so much, or it will be us providing security there, but you will have, or it will be, of course, at a fee. You will have your cyber extortion, using technology to threaten or blackmail your individuals. You will also have what you call the sexual extortions. They are known as sextortions. Now, in that regard, that's where you have someone saying, I have your nudes, your videos. And of course, sometimes when it was nice, we took some videos. Then you use that to extort money from this individual on an ongoing basis. You also have your ransom extortions. And now this type of extortions will involve your malware, where you encrypt a victim's file and you demand payment for a certain amount of money. So there's a whole lot of other extortions that we're dealing with. But specifically now at this point in time, much focus is placed on your construction mafia, your chain stores, where the people are now going to schools, and they like overdoing it. Others are just copycat in everything. They want to bring the extortion element of it. And those are the issues that we are dealing with and grappling with on a day-to-day basis. But what is of importance is the challenge that we have, where witnesses are even fearing for their lives, where they don't want to continue or going ahead to report the cases. Thank you, National Commission.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and greetings to the committee, to the ministers and National Commissioner, all protocol observed. Chairperson, I want to come in just to reiterate on the issues of the Nut Joints and the involvement. I think National Commissioner did indicate it, and you can see the background of the presentation. It's that of
the joint structure because this matter is dealt with at the joint approach, hence the involvement of other departments. I think responding as well to the question of Honorable Mukwena on when did we started with these committees. In 2020, we were called by the then chairperson of the NADJOINTS, who happens to be the National Commissioner. I was the Divisional Commissioner Detective Service, to spearhead that committee, hence the establishment of the EITTs, Economic and Infrastructure Committees. So that is as far as we started to zoom in to the issues. Of course, it was not the first time, as Honorable Kola Barnett is indicating, that the first significant case was that of 2014, 2015, but the scale in which it became exposed warranted that we need to find ways. Then the establishment of the Economic and Infrastructure Committees came in. To date, we have only identified the hotspot. I think it came in the committee as to whether we are focusing on the hotspots. Yes, the 20 teams were put together, and the teams, Honorable Letlape, unfortunately, we look at what we have to establish the teams. So we look internally, Robin Peter to pay Paul, and to have those focus team to deal with the issues of the extortion. As the problem started to grow, then we had to then have a priority committee. So priority committee, Honorable James, it's inclusive of all departments. The departments within the cluster, the JCPS cluster, it's given. However, we are taking note of your inputs on other departments. They do participate, including our SOEs, where they also experience those challenges. So there are departments, chairperson, that are permanent members of the committees, and there are those that are ad hoc based on the extent of the challenge that will happen and how we deal with the matters within their environments, including putting together the resources. Yes, I will reiterate on what has already been spoken to in regards to minimum resources that the department alone is having. As a result, when we put together the departments in a form of a NADJOINTS priority committee, it's because we want to get their resources that they are having to put them into one basket and to deal with the challenge. In the presentation, there was a reflection of review of the legislation. I think Honorable Ghana did highlighted on the issues that needs to go to the committee. That is why we are having that work stream that looks, chairperson, specifically on the legislative reviews. And unfortunately, in this presentation, we couldn't elaborate which parts of the legislation are this, but any legislation that will have a gap will go into that committee that will be led by the technocrats within the law fraternity to deal with the issues as they are part and parcel of the cluster. And the co-chairing of the committees, both priority committee, the NADJOINTS and the ProfJoints, it's inclusive of the three main departments as of now, and SSA as our intelligence body that is looking not only internally, where as SAPS CI, it's not mandated. That is where SSA is coming, and all other committees that are dealing with the security issues, the matter of extortion, it's been discussed, and the request will then go to either SSA on your bigger levels, level 3 to 5, that will go externally or across our borders, and they will provide that as coordinated through NICOC. And I'm saying this because we were sitting last week Friday on the SANS and giving effect to what we are having and what are the intelligence estimate of the country and how to deal with the issues, and extortion is one of those members that are being focused at. And maybe last from the NCCF and NATJOINT's point of view is that the slide will reflect NCCGs and PCCGs. I must say it should have read NATJOINTs and Prof joints, because that is where these matters will then be escalated. The priority committee reports to the NATJOINTs, and there are Prof joints that are also coordinating and collating these operations and giving feedback up and the feedback down in a form of the directives that will come from the NATJOINTs to them. But as the department, as South African Police Service alone, the NCCF, that is National Crime Combating Forum, it's also the structure that is looking at what SAPS is doing and what is it that needs to be done further, going to other departments, and how do we deploy these resources collectively as departments, and holding each other accountable on what was supposed to be done and what we are having in place. There was a question, Honorable Letlape, on the education to public on extortion and what will that entail. I think the department has developed flyers through our communication. The head of communication is here, and we published those flyers to try and educate in a form of graphics on those people that will not understand if it is a written, and that they have been sent to GCIS for them to also expand them in all other languages, and we use them every time we have the community engagements and izimbizos to talk about, and as and when any one of us is available at any TV station or a radio station that will invite, we do. General Sibia was on TV stations to talk about extortion. So anyone that is available, we do make ourselves available to go and talk to public about that. And our comms, it's also tasked to make sure that from the instruction that are coming from NATJOINTs and NCCF, they do prioritize. And we have a specific work stream on the priority committee that deals with community engagements, what needs to go there, and to get inputs as well from them and the entire public on what matters needs to be put there so that we can reach as much communities and society as possible. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you very much, National Commission.
Thank you so much, General. DM, can I hand over to you? Is there anyone else that, yes, General, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's just to give comfort to the House, and particularly Honorable James, that the stakeholder matrix as presented is actually not a copy and paste, but rather a true reflection of what we would do in that particular meeting. These businesses or actually stakeholders participate fully in a meeting that takes place on a monthly basis at BAXA. The last meeting took place on the 11th of September. Our next meeting is on the 1st of October, and I think we will extend the invite to yourself. Thank you, Chair.
General, where are you going to answer? Thank you very much. Chairperson, I think we've tried to answer the question. Just to close to say, one, we've met also with the Department of Social Development in terms of having social workers assisting our police station so that they can be able to assist the victim. And there's a team that have been put in place led by the NATJOINT National Commissioner to be able to do that. We've also met with the Department of Correctional Service and others, as I've said. The issue of IPID will, I think we'll schedule a meeting with IPID so that we can be able to discuss the conduct of the police, what the success rate and everything, because it's IPID that deals with it. So anytime you want us to come with IPID, we are ready to come with IPID. And the last one, I think also, on the other one, the community radio stations, I think we'll use Honorable Letlape to also educate our people in their own language so that they understand what we mean by extortion and others. And the last one is the issue of the media, which I don't know whether as the committee can be able to assist us. If you look at the matter of Meiwa, Mr. Meiwa, I mean, there's been there for so long. It's like the lawyers advertising themselves, postponing and doing all the theatrics. And I don't know why they're given so much time, rather than, very pertinent issues. And it's just worrying because it's like we glorify crime, including Bester, who went there. I don't know, for whatever reason, the media was all over asking, the laptop. It was such an issue addressing the court, a convicted murder. So then it's like we like these things. We really glorify the crimes. And as one of my colleagues said, there are some copycats who would think like it is good to do that. If you remember, Bester used to go to court with labels. I don't want to say those labels, which was just not on, and we're able to talk to the Minister of Justice to say, we are not saying we should break the law and we must go with orange over, because he is convicted, but at least a plain, and I think that's what is happening now and all other things. So I think from our side, from your side, you can also help as the committee in terms of saying some of the things we don't have to encourage crime, and have copycats all over, including the one of Jocelyn, the little Jocelyn. I mean, the way they're portraying it, I don't think is sensitive to the families that are involved. And in one or the other, as this committee, you might want to assist us to be able to deal with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. Colleagues, I'm going to ask that we just take a 5-minute break for everyone to grab tea or coffee, and then we'll continue, and then we'll also commence with the short discussion regarding General Mboto. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. If we can get back to our seats again. Thank you, colleagues. If we can continue, we've got about half an hour to 45 minutes left. Parliament has indicated that we can use the venue until 1 p.m., but I don't want to set it as a target, Honorable Letlhapa. So it's important that we adhere to the time constraints. As I indicated when we started today, about the appointment of General Mboto and the whole issue regarding, I think it's a broader issue of integrity testing. I want to just emphasize again that from the committee side, we really want this appointment to be reviewed. I think it is not only an embarrassment to the South African Police Service and to the Hawks, it's an embarrassment to us as a committee. So I really want to emphasize that it be reviewed and that an inquiry is actually launched to determine his fitness to hold office. And there's a very important reason why I mentioned this specifically. You would have noticed in the last few weeks that Major General Teal was asked to leave the South African Police Service after an inquiry was also held in terms of his fitness to hold office. And in 2017, between 2017 and 2019, there were clear indications of contact of General Mboto as well as General Teal with very, very well-known senior underworld figures in Cape Town. And we need to be discussing this very frankly, especially after we've spoken about the whole extortion issue now. We can't expect to change something if nothing changes. I listened to a program yesterday I was sharing with Honorable Ghana earlier I said to him that the guy's message was so simple, but it makes so much sense. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So if we're not going to start questioning the integrity of those that have to uphold integrity, then we've got a very serious problem. So yes, with that, I'm going to open the floor to the members. I would like to just remind everyone, we will be discussing this in detail on Friday. So don't see this as the only opportunity, and if need be, we schedule another session to go through it. And I think there's a lot that we can discuss. I'm aware, and I found a presentation earlier today that was done, I think about 5 or 6 years ago, about integrity testing and integrity within the ranks of the South African Police Service that was presented to this committee in those years. And that is something we can very easily revisit and go through again. And I think it's important that we also scrutinize the actual implementation of it, because it's easy to look at a plan or a proposal, but the actual implementation is sometimes left behind. So yes, I'm going to open the floor. Or Shikeling, you've already indicated. If I can start with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, earlier on I said we can't go to war with soldiers if our soldiers are not fighting the same fight that we are fighting. And, I spoke about consequence management and the lack thereof, and the people that are in the task force asked if they undergo security screening, proper security screening. So my question is going to be, has Major General Mboto gone through proper police security screening, and does he have police clearance? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lehlape.
Thanks, Chair. I think we do note that we'll have a detailed report, but I think for this purpose, as a committee, like I said earlier, it is important for us to be updated, especially with matters that reach the media so fast. So mine would be, what is the status of this dark cloud of General Mboto, and what led to the promotion that he got? I think we'll end there. We must just know what led to the promotion and what is the status of the investigations that were done on him. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Lehlape. Any other members? Honorable Ghana.
Just a quick one. I think when the full presentation is given, just to refresh also in terms of the general promotion within SAPS, because the outcry in that space, but it's a difficult. No, it's not a difficult one to try to get the understanding and the rationale, understanding that ourselves as a portfolio, we are not the appointing authority. But what checks were done, and maybe is the senior leadership of SAPS believe that is fully rehabilitated from whatever I was accused of. Remember, I was reassigned from the Western Cape to the Northwest, if I'm not mistaken. Whether that particular move, it is from the senior leadership of SAPS and Hawks, that after that move, General Mboto is rehabilitated now to get a promotion. Because the factors that will have led to the reassignment from the Western Cape to Northwest, I mean, that move itself, that it had to be made means that something was considered at that point. Now with the promotion, what factors were considered to say, no, now you move from the Western Cape to the Northwest, maybe there's something that he did that we don't know, and we can be finished with those information. I won't go further, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's Honorable Subrathi. Allow me to Agreed, the deputy ministers. And I think what we must be mindful of is that there are public sensitivities surrounding senior appointments like that of General Mboto. And that when we make such appointments, there must be some form of calming. And we also don't want to be a kangaroo court either. We find that there's kangaroo courts coming up everywhere, and we cannot be a kangaroo court. There is a democratic process, and I'm sure if he has been granted that appointment, there must be a rationale and a reasoning behind it. So my sense is, from the department's point of view, what was the thinking behind it? And I think that such an appointment, especially when there is a cloud over someone, their appointment must be preceded by the department making such an appointment, such an announcement, and removing the emotional and removing the what we're finding coming up in this house here. I think that is possibly the weakness that did not happen. So let's give General Mboto an opportunity and the department opportunity that should have preceded his appointment. I don't think that happened in terms of why he has been appointed, etc. So my advice is that we must be mindful of public opinion, because that contributes to the mistrust in our appointments in the policing system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other members that would like to add anything? DM, I'm going to go to you. I know you've already indicated that you would like to do a proper report in writing, but please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I've said that just yet the letter that you have given to us with DM Matali, we'll be able to do that in writing, but I will ask General Levia to make your comments on this one, also taking into consideration like what honorable member have said, that we don't necessarily want to have a kangaroo court, but take members into confidence, and then other details will be able to send to the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the deputy ministers, the police leadership. From the DPCI side, I would like to hint on 8 points that I will also answer the questions that have been raised. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the expression made by this committee in inviting us. I would like to first point out to section 17, capital letter K, in bracket 1. That is my point of departure. In this point, the South African Police Service Act provides that Parliament shall effectively oversee the functioning of the Directorate and the committees established in terms of this chapter. I'm taking this as a point of departure because it will also be assisting in answering some of the questions. Secondly, I would like to go to the disciplinary regulations, South African Police Service Discipline Regulations of 2016. Specifically, I just want to point to Regulation 4 that talks to the principles in the disciplinary processes. It point, I'll only hint on 4A, B, and C. It states as follows: these regulations are based on the following principles. A, discipline is a corrective and not a punitive measure. B, discipline must be applied in a prompt, fair, consistent, and progressive manner. C, discipline is a line management function. It continues, but these are the 3 that I needed to be hinting on so that the context of my presentation, my submission can be understood where we come from. The third point that I would like to hint on is the provision of section 17, capital letter C, A, in bracket 6, that is of the South African Police Service Act. It provides that the minister, in consultation with the national head, shall, in concurrence with cabinet, appoint a fit and a proper person who is a South African national to be the provincial head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. I think that statement, I'm underlining it. Then it comes to the answering some of the questions. Major General Mboto was appointed on the 1st of September 2018 as the provincial head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. He was not transferred from one post to the other. The post offered in the DPCI was advertised, follows through the process of selection where he was appointed. And at that time, it is not a transfer. There is a difference between transfer and appointment. There is also a difference between promotion and appointment. In appointment, we can go and take, advertise externally and then appoint a person who is not a member of the police. On a particular level, some of them get appointed, start on a major general or even higher. That is called appointment. Promotion is a move from a particular level to the next within the system. It is guided by certain policies and regulation and instructions. I will then go to, at the time when he was appointed in 2018, he has been a major general, but he is been appointed as a major general in another environment. All of these processes that need to be checked have been checked. And at that stage, he had already been dealt with by the greater service in terms of disciplinary regulations. And he has already been punished or corrected as the regulations requires. And once somebody else has been taken through the disciplinary processes, I think that there is time when it comes to an end and say that this one has been dealt with. When they make applications, the question is being asked, have you ever been convicted departmentally or criminally? And do you have any pending criminal investigation or departmental investigation pending against you? Those are asked. And even when you come before the panel, those questions are asked to ensure that all of the crosses are ticked, and then we do not leave anything unattended. I would like then to go to the next point. That is the fourth point. The questions regarding security clearances of the officer. Section 17, capital letter E, in bracket 1 of the South African Police Service, which is a provision that has been set in chapter 6A when this law was amended in 2008. has brought in a specific requirement for everyone who's appointed in the DPCI to have security clearance. So everyone, any person who is considered for appointment in the DPCI must have a security clearance. The levels differ. We have, through cabinet, been directed that when appointments are done on senior management structure, SMS, that is from brigadier upwards, there must be top secret security clearance certificate. The rest, it can be any level. Below that, it can be any level. We have been going through that process. All of those who have been appointed in the DPCI on SMS level, all of them have got top secret security clearance certificate. We do not appoint unless you have got a top secret security clearance certificate. Indeed, the process, we obviously have to be waiting. As I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for some of the candidates that are to be considered for appointments who are still going through the vetting process, so that if they can successfully negotiate security clearance process, we can announce their appointment. And in some instance, while we were waiting which post we will be re-advertising, the candidate was appointed in the greater service where they do not require security clearance, whereas we are still waiting to go through the process. But all what I'm indicating is that anyone who is appointed on SMS level in the DPCI must have top secret security clearance certificate. At the time of appointment of the candidate in the post that will become vacant on the end of this month, which appointment will become effective on the 1st of next month, the candidate have got a top secret security clearance certificate. It is still valid. So that answers the question of a security clearance certificate. I need to be indicating that with regard to the appointment, other than the post of the national head, deputy national head, and the provincial heads, which are done by the minister, the rest of the appointments in the DPCI are done by the national head. That is provided for in terms of section 17, capital letter D, capital letter B, in bracket B. The national head shall appoint the staff of the DPCI, provided that if the national head want to appoint somebody else who's already serving in the greater SAPS, shall do so in consultation with the National Commission. So that is a part of the responsibility that is given to the national head. I now need to go to the 5th point, the process that has been followed. We have, in the way in which we fill the vacancies in the DPCI, understanding that there is this process that we must follow of the vetting, that individuals that must be appointed must have a top secret security clearance certificate, which process at times take longer. I have got evidence where it took a year before it was finalized for an individual to get a top secret security clearance certificate. We advertised this post before the current incumbent exit. We have done that. If one look at the layer of the current provincial heads, when the previous layer's term of contract was to come to an end on the 31st of December. We advertised the post earlier, and by the 1st of January, everyone who is supposed to be taking over took over. And we even had a month where they go and observe what their predecessors were doing while they were still in office. So we advertised this post before the incumbent term come to an end, so that we do not have a space in between. We do not have a gap, because that will affect service delivery. We can cite now an example of the component head of serious organized crime retired at the end of last month. The 1st of this month, a new one took over. So that is how we do that. We know who is retiring when, or if it is in terms of a contract, when does the contract come to an end, so that we can advertise either 6 months before, so that all of these processes can be done. And by the time the contract come to an end, or the incumbent retires, we have done proper selection. And this is how we do it. The same apply with this current one of the Divisional Commissioner, National Priority Crime Operations. The current incumbent is retiring the end of this month, is still sitting in the office. So we have known that this can't be renewed, and then we advertise this post, so that by the time the incumbent exit, the successor is already appointed. We did the first advert, we attracted several applications, and when we looked at the applications, only 2 main remained on the list. The rest could not, were not to be really considered, because some of them come from school and the like, from matric, some of them are constables, people apply. And then we only 2 individuals could be considered. Then we said that, how do we then deal with this one? Are we going to proceed with only 2? Then we said that, can we expand the pool? Because one of the challenges was that we advertise it only internally. We did not advertise it externally, which means that it restricted some of the people who might be outside the SAPS, but who are interested in applying. So we re-advertised externally. So in that re-advertisement, we considered all of the applications that have been put forward. And normally in terms of the processes, you can shortlist up to 8 candidates. In selecting those that need to be shortlisted, we have even gone to the extent of shortlisting a brigadier. So we did not exclude any of the major generals that shall have applied. We considered every application that was tabled. We also considered all of those who were outside. So the fact that we were to go to the extent of shortlisting a brigadier, that is how serious we were to seek to allow every potential candidate to be given an opportunity. So that is how we ended up shortlisting. And among the shortlisted candidate included this individual. And then the administration processes took place. We have considered the things that I said we do. And then in terms of the panels that we have put together, it is also guided in terms of the regulations. There are officials at a particular level. We look at several things, and amongst those that are included is the representative from the DPSA. We asked the DG in the DPSA and say that, can you nominate a person who can come and form part of the selection panel? We also get those who are within our environment who are on the level of Deputy Director General to come and participate in the selection, who should be the experts, who among them should be the experts in the field that they are is being considered. I must say that the candidate that we are talking about within the DPCI on the Major Generals, seniority-wise, he was the third. There are two who were senior in rank on the Major General, so he was the third. And then of those two who are senior to him, only one applied, the other one did not apply. So which means that if you were to talk about seniority, he is also not a junior. In fact, all the provincial heads that are currently operating, he's the most senior, he's the one who has been appointed first. Coming to the issue of disciplinary processes and the questions that are being asked, we asked these questions on firstly, the form that you complete when you apply for the post will ask this question: is there any pending criminal investigation or departmental investigation or previous conviction, departmental or criminal? So you have to answer that, because any answer to that, because this application is made under oath, if it come out to be a lie, it means that perjury is also being committed. So he have honestly answered in that question, indicating that he has a previous departmental conviction, which was done before he comes into the DPCI. So you get corrected, and then they deal with you, and then you proceed. So those who are sanctioning you, if it is so severe that you are unsuitable to remain in the police, part of the sanction is dismissal. And that is the jurisdiction of the supervisor line function, which aspect was not resulting under the DPCI at that. We do not have jurisdiction to discipline personnel for conduct that they have done in the greater SAPS. We deal with conduct that the members have done within the DPCI, and those disciplinary processes that are started within and concluded within the DPCI for the members in the DPCI. So that question was answered. Even others have also answered, because this question is not restricted to one person. The issue of criminal conduct, among the things that we do during the assessment is the report on criminal conduct. So we got a report from the Criminal Record Center indicating that there is nothing. There is no pending criminal investigation. There is no previous conviction. So we have got that. We get that report, because this is part of the screening process that we do at that moment. So we have got that. Any other one who knows about the criminal investigation, maybe what they shall have failed to do is to bring to the attention of the DPCI, if there is any. I'm not aware of such investigation. And normally the supervisor of personnel is supposed to be informed when the time arises that there is an investigation against your member so that we can take departmental steps. So I'm not aware of any criminal investigation that is being conducted or has been reported. I now need to go to the 7th point, dealing with the issue of review. I have taken note after receiving the a request from this honorable committee to look at the various activities, including review. We will be attending to that. Probably we shall also be asking to be guided the specific law that we need to be considering in this one, because there might be several aspects, whether it's a review in terms of the specific legal term of review and the decisions that have been taken at this level, which body now is to review those decisions, because then it triggers the legal issues that the review process, where does it go to? And then who initiate this process? Does the incumbent who have done an administrative act review his or her actions? So that we will be interrogating that one, so that when we come to respond, we also understand the clearer position, so that we don't self-litigate, because it is possible that that review might also be saying that the panel conduct must be reviewed. And then it is an area that we shall be interrogating to have clarity on that. And then the issue of considering not to go ahead after announcing the individual, when the other one is exiting, it may also mean that somebody else who will be acting there shall be receiving remuneration, and then this one who might go and take over will also come and get a remuneration, which means that there might be double pay from the taxpayers. Coming to the 6th point, some of the questions are in the letter which have not been raised, which I thought that we might also be tackling on them. The question of performance of this individual. How has he been performing? I'll just shortly indicate the following. When we were releasing the quarterly reports on the performance of the DPCR, on the 25th of August 2024, we have indicated that when it comes to arrests, Gauteng was first, KZN came second, and the Northwest came third. The Northwest is the province where he's managing. It is considered to be one of the small provinces. But when it comes to performance here, we say that it came third. And during the same report, we have said that when it comes to convictions, the Northwest came first, Gauteng second, and Mpumalanga third. That is the performance of the province where he is currently operating. When we were releasing the quarterly reports on the 28th of June 2024, we have indicated that when it comes to arrests, Gauteng came first, and it was followed by the Northwest. And when it comes to convictions, during the same period, we said that Gauteng came first, followed by the Northwest. Some of the performance coming from that province we should be remembering that when he came into that province, it was still under Section 100 administration, which meant that things were not right there. Policing was not excluded in that Section 100 administration of that province. The post was filled because the incumbent who was in that position resigned, which incumbent was appointed during the era of the previous national head, which national head the court reversed the appointment. So it was done during that era. So when he came in, the performance of that province was low. And then we will recall that when we were also making some report on the 10th of October 2022, when we were reporting that 21 illegal immigrants were arrested with 21 rifles. Amongst them, they were AK-47, R5s, and the pump guns and the pistol. It is during his era in that province. And we also have indicated when we were reporting on the 18th of August 2023 in the media report that 30 illegal miners were arrested in that province. And that is the incumbent who was in charge, responsible for those activities. We shall recall on the 30th of March 2023, when we have indicated that 87 illegal miners have been convicted and sentenced to share 696 years imprisonment. It is in that province where he is leading the DPCI. Among the gadgets that were confiscated from these illegal miners were 11 guns, inclusive of those rifles. I need to be also indicating that when we were talking about state capture investigation, part of the SA Express, that SA Express project is handled in that province. It is that particular official that is overseeing that investigation, and that is part of what we are indicating that we have effected arrest on. And there are also assets that have been attached. There are several arrests that have happened in that province, inclusive of the former head of the department. We talk about the likes of Dr. Legalagala and others that have been arrested. There is a very good working relationship between that head and the DPP in that province. We use that as an example that can the other provinces also work in the same fashion that he is working with the DPP. Those who are observing the media statements that are being released from that province, you will always see that there is a combined media statement between the Hawks and the NPA. That is how good the working relationship is. Before the current DPP was appointed, there has been challenges that he have brought to our attention, which we have raised with national office. But I think that is how committed the individual has shown. I need to also hint that
Sorry, General.
during his
Sorry, we need to start wrapping up. We only have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Chairperson. This official in his junior ranks is the one who have cleaned the corruption in Gauteng, in the pound. When vehicles were taken to the police pounds, they were stripped and the theft was taking place. It is this officer who have stopped that. And among those crooks that he have arrested, police official, a warrant officer, Sibigiri. And we also had to be asking head office to intervene when some of the senior officers were trying to interfere with him dealing with those who were committing those offenses. I would have loved to, Chairperson, read his CV so that we can see what type of candidate we are dealing with. We are dealing with an officer who have got more than 38 years in the service. And he has been providing service in the different provinces. He has worked in KwaZulu-Natal, which is the province where he was born. He has worked in Gauteng, he has worked in the Western Cape, he has worked in the Northwest, he has worked at head office. That is the caliber of the candidate. He have got the courses that are needed, internal courses, the fraud courses, the organized crime courses. He have also studied on his own to get the necessary educational qualification, inclusive of the national diploma and the degree, Bachelor of Law. He's a jurist. There are other aspects that he have actually attended to. When he was appointed in the Northwest, part of the challenges that the DPCI has faced was to deal with those who were appointed before this current leadership was appointed in the DPCI. He is the one that was assigned to investigate the irregular appointments that have happened, of which some of those are still pending on the labor court, to revisit those appointments that were done. I must say that when all of the candidates that were shortlisted were assessed, he came first with regard to the scoring from the panel. And the second one that I was following, we also took that into consideration in interrogating who could be the most suitable person. We could not find reason why we should overlook this one, which is why the panel recommended the candidate who was leading. We will be in a position to provide the scores that informed this. What we shall do is we shall only leave his name, but remove the name of other candidates and only leave the scores. So the submission that we will do will come in that fashion. Chairperson, we believe that all the checks and balances were done, and then all of the guidelines regarding the selection and the filling of posts were done in terms of the existing law. We have complied. And then the issue of the dark cloud is something that we shall be guided, that if somebody has ever been disciplined, is it the end of the day that individual must never be considered for any other post if it becomes available. If that is the case, it's something that we shall be guided, but we shall also be interrogating the law if the laws make those provisions. With those remarks, I submit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, General, for extremely detailed response. 2 or 3 things from me, then there's 2 or 3 comments from the committee, and then we have to unfortunately convene. But the first thing is, General, unfortunately, in terms of the review, let me put something very straight to you. Someone that sends pornography on a group in the South African Police Service as the commander of the FCS unit, and within a year after that is promoted to a major general in the Hawks, has doubtful integrity. And whether it's a promotion, you can play with the words as much as you like. It can be a promotion, it can be a parallel, a transfer to a different department, a different office. I question the integrity of that individual. Furthermore, that specific individual, and these are the questions we've asked, has been repeatedly mentioned in a current extortion mafia case in court in the city of Cape Town since 2018, having been repeatedly seen with known underworld figures. We all know this, it's public knowledge, and that is the reason why we ask whether his reputation is beyond reproach. In general, when I look at you, I personally see someone that is beyond reproach. When we asked what kind of integrity a Lieutenant General in the South African Police Service has, it must be unequivocally said that it is beyond reproach. It is someone that is an ambassador for justice and criminal justice in this country and needs to be handled as such. This raises serious questions, and if you say that the review, we need to be guided by legislation, I'm questioning the people on that very panel because I want to know what were the repercussions for the previous transgressions. And it's not saying that it must be punitive, it must be corrective, absolutely. And we'll discuss that on Friday. Completely agree with you. It shouldn't be held against someone forever. But certainly, for a key position like this in the Hawks, we must set the bar a little bit higher. Someone of that rank sets a particular standard for law enforcement and policing in South Africa. And I'm afraid with everything that has been said and that it has been reported on, that standard doesn't seem to be high enough. And we can talk about qualifications and years of service. Just recently in the South African Police Service in Paarl, in the Western Cape, a brigadier of 38 years service, remarkable track record, was asked to leave because of transgression. So a year's service only counts up to a certain point. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Honorable James, Honorable Skosana, and then Honorable Kola Barnard, from where we will convene just for today. We are going to continue this discussion on Friday, but Honorable James, please go ahead, and then I'll go to Honorable Skosana.
Chair, thank you so much. You've actually covered me. I'm actually sitting and I'm thinking what takes precedence, governance and the technical approach, or conduct and ethics. This very department discriminates against thousands of youth with tattoos, just with tattoos, and they don't allow them into the system. And here we promote a member of this caliber with this record. I also want to ask, was there an investigation launched or opened with the talks of this member having links with the underworld? That is the one thing I want to ask. Secondly, I also want to say that when we make such decisions, we have to take into account the response of the public. We cannot ignore that. We sitting on the side, we represent the voter. In an environment where there's already no trust when it comes to SAPS and communities, we are working very hard to bridge that gap. And when such appointments hits the news chairperson, it makes life so much harder for us. So I want us to consider that as well when we make these appointments and promotions. I cannot believe that we can justify someone's, it almost takes me back to when I reported a member at the Eldorado Park police station, and I said this member was found at a house using drugs, sniffing, and someone says this member actually investigates and has many successes. Which takes priority? Conduct and behavior needs to be in alignment with qualifications. One cannot precede the one cannot precede the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the National Commissioner and the deputies and members of the Police Service. Honorable Chair, in my view, I think with all the facts, which when we read what we read about the Major General and what I've heard from General Doctor, who was giving us the presentation, though I came a little bit late. But I guess in all the appointments, there's issues. And I must say that we had an issue. People raise issues about our chair, past our Honorable Chair sitting here. And indeed, always when there's an appointment, I think General Sibia knows very, very well. When there's paging, there'll be paging. But indeed, everyone has to be given an opportunity. In my view, where I'm sitting, if we have to say, we have to vet and look at the past of each and every member sitting here, and painful as it is, I think we have to respect that the gentlemen who were doing the interview, I heard about the seniority in terms of there were 3 gentlemen who were major generals, but some are more experienced. I'm not sure about that, because for me, sometimes it's experience, sometimes it's service, which are 2 different things in my view. But from where I'm sitting, I'm saying with this commendable record of the gentleman, I guess that we have to give him a benefit of the doubt, as there's no perfection in everyone here. As I already alluded about our own chair, that there were questions, about his past. And indeed, for me, from where I'm sitting, I guess, Chair, we need to perhaps, go deeper if need be, but I don't think it's necessary because it would be a waste of time. Let's give a gentleman another chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Susanna. Honorable Kalabonard.
Yeah, I've got a different opinion. I'd like to know if a couple of issues were resolved to your satisfaction or have been adequately investigated. He was present at 2 meetings in a Cape Town hotel with Nafis Modak. Now that, to me, puts up red flags immediately. It was with another SAPS officer. This is a person who faces endless criminal charges. You know what they all are. What on earth was he doing there? Now, if you can assure me it was part of some investigation, tell us, because that's one of the big headlines. And of course, it smells of him being complicit in a great many of those crimes. Then in 2017, what has come of the case laid by Brigadier Sonia Hari? Sexual harassment in the extreme, which he just brushed aside. Now, she wrote to Becky Kele, she wrote to Kayas Kekla Setole. She did everything she could to deal with this man who was out to get her out after her 30-year career. Really, what has happened there? Or has that been brushed under the carpet? Because if there are issues that don't technically tick a box, is it possible they were swept under the carpet in order to clear his name? I don't know. Tell us they were investigated. Tell us that she was found to be an absolute liar, this head of the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit. Tell us she lied about the sexual harassment. Tell us. And if she didn't, then what on earth are we even having this discussion for? How can you possibly put a person like that in that position? Those are the questions I think that have to be answered. And as for the distribution of porn, really, this is a person you're putting in this position. How could we trust someone like that?
Thank you, Honorable Kalabonard. Colleagues, I'm going to, there's one last comment here and then we really need to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. I know we are hard pressed for time, but I did ask the question earlier that we don't want this to be a kangaroo court. And I'm just a guest of this portfolio committee. I came in specifically, I was interested in hearing about what SAPS is doing about extortion. So I provide an independent eye. And I've learned that, in our very own parliament, we have a person, a leader of a party who has a past, but he's been rehabilitated and he's serving our country with distinction. So I'm quite satisfied with the very well-researched and the process that has been followed. And I don't think anybody can be held accountable if we cannot be a court here. We are a committee that advises and that guides. So I'm quite satisfied with the explanation that was afforded by the honorable member there. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to, I think just as a point of interest, the committee is not just advise. That's not the role we play. We have a very distinct oversight role to play. And this is an extremely important part of that. But I agree with you. And this is why I don't want today to be the end of the discussion. We need to be level-headed. We need to be able to look each other in the eyes. General Labia, as he always has done, always comes back with feedback, and we always give General Labia the benefit of the doubt. So Don't take the comments today as ill intent towards a specific individual sitting in here today, because that's not what it is. We have a role to do robust oversight, which we will do, but we need to be able to work together as colleagues too. And we need to respect the different legs of the state. And we need to fulfill the mandate that we have. So thank you for everyone's effort today. And thank you that we do have a committee where we can speak frankly with each other. That is the way that we're going to build a sustainable and a constructive future. And please do attend the committee again. It's important for us to have additional members to also come and give input. So thank you to everyone, and thank you to everyone from SAPS for being here. And DM, thank you to you too as well. Really appreciate your presence. National Commissioner, thank you to you as well. General Labia specifically, thank you.